A little bit of paradise that all the world should know. It's the shades of India, where the sweetest flowers grow and the softest breezes blow, and there's magic as the seasons come and go. There's a little bit of paradise I long again to roam. It's the shades of India. How I long to sneak down Sugar Creek like barefoot boy with penalty and find again my Indiana home. Can't get Indiana off my mind. That's the place I long to see. Back in Indiana, I will find all the folks so dear to me. How I'd love to see that lazy river.
Gonna make my home by the river shore. Gonna settle down forevermore. Gonna make my home where the Wabash River flows. So I'm happy to be shorty by but you come and after me with the moonlight in her eyes.
I remember the very day when I heard that the two girls had been murdered on his property. It's like, oh my God. He finally killed somebody.
Hello, Cranks. How's it going? Happy Saturday. The first thing we are going to do tonight is watch a few short little Ron Logan clips together. But I wanted to first show my face and let everybody know that I'm here and I'm seated and I'm kind of on time. So I am going to go ahead and take myself off the screen and put this video on the screen, and I will be here with y'all watching, commenting in the chat. It's like, I think it's like 10 minutes. So without further ado,
Ronald Logan joins us by And joining me right now is the gentleman that owns the property where Liberty German and Abigail Williams were found. Ronald Logan joins us by phone. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm so sorry that you've been thrust into this.
I am too. It's been very traumatic.
Well, I'm sure it has.
By this.
I'm sure it has, because I heard you say, you know, this was your land. You had nothing to do with this, of course, but this was your land. This was, you know, this was your property. Can I ask you, it was a week ago today that the family members called and said they're missing. We can't find them. They're not there to pick them up. Did you hear about these two girls being missing? Because I believe a week ago tonight the searches began, right?
Yes, that's true. I did not find out about it until after about 6:30 p.m. in the afternoon. People stopped here and asked for permission to go back on my property, and I said 2 girls were missing, and that's the first I heard about it.
What has the last week been like?
Well, it's been very really difficult to understand what all's been going on here. The pain and agony caused by the families and to the families and the community is just beyond belief. But to have all this pain and agony happen in basically my backyard is just, I mean, it's beginning to come home now, because it's really been difficult to understand that 2 little girls lost their life in my backyard. I mean, it's just beyond belief.
So, how did you find out that their bodies were on your property?
It was shortly after they were found. I had been in town, Delphi, and was coming home, and I saw when I went to town, not that they hadn't been found yet. When I came home, they had been, and then I found out that they were not, that they were not alive. It was horrible. I mean, I don't know how you, because I thought, sure, this is going to all end well. And obviously that's
so.
Not
Did
true.
you go out, since this was your property? You find out that they are there. Did you go out to the crime scene yourself?
The crime scene has been closed off. It was not, my property was not released back to me until late Wednesday. I went to the crime scene Thursday morning to try to get a feeling of it, and it's still difficult to just...
What did you see when you went out there?
There was not much to see other than in the crime scene tape around the area. The area was still very pristine. You couldn't actually tell that there was any such a violent action done
So you
there.
didn't see any blood? You didn't see a gruesome scene?
Nothing. The area was very, very pristine. There was just nothing there to see. I mean, really.
Was there one crime scene in one location from what you could tell, or 2 separate crime scenes? Because there were 2 victims.
Just one scene. Apparently, I assume that both were found in this area, because that's what I'm pointing at to now is all that is all that was there.
Do you recognize the person in the photograph that law enforcement is saying is the main suspect at this point? Do you recognize this person?
No, I do not. If I had any idea who it was, I would have certainly said so before now. I have no idea.
What are you hearing? Does anybody recognize this person?
I have not heard anyone say they recognize him. It's a total blank right now.
Are people in the community scared that a double murderer is out there somewhere?
Yes, it is a big concern. I used to walk through my woods all the time, daytime, nighttime. Now I'm not sure if that's a good idea now. My son and grandson come up here and play in that woods. Does that mean we can't do that now, or what should we do? It's just...
Well, Mr. Logan, we thank you for coming on the show tonight, and we are doing our part as journalists to help law enforcement so the public can recognize who this person is, that at least they can talk to this person they are calling the suspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also want to bring in Andrew Aki, who is the attorney for Ron Logan. He joins me from Logansport, Indiana. Thank you, Andrew, for being so patient. I know it's hard to hear a lot of these questions, and certainly difficult to hear those 2 stories of the 2 different alibis given to 2 different reporters, one to us and one to other reporters. Can you account for those 2 alibis of your client?
Well, you're more than welcome, and good evening. I cannot comment on the facts of the case at this time, and I certainly can't account for that at this time.
Have you spoken with Mr. Logan, as he's now been sitting in a jail cell for well over a week?
I have spoken with him on several different occasions. I actually just spoke with him about an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago.
What did he say? Tell me what he said.
Well, I can't tell you what he said, but he's holding his head high. He's in good spirits, and we're hoping to get this resolved as quickly as possible. And like you pointed out earlier, he is being held on a probation violation. He's not being held on anything related to the disappearance or the murders of the 2 young girls.
At Aquarium World getting tropical fish from my aquarium. So when I came home, one of the neighbors stopped and asked permission to come back here and look for the missing girls, and that's the first time I knew anything about it. Well, I can tell you they were in the center of that tape. If you see it, it goes around the loop.
And that's your property up to the water? Or
yes,
where does your
up to the
line
property.
Up to the water?
Right up to the water. Half a mile, all the way along the creek. It's belongs to this 40 acres.
How far are we from the Monon High Bridge?
It's right over there. You can see it. You walk down a little bit farther. It's about 1/8 of a mile on the other side of that creek, and it runs like this. This ground runs like that. The creek makes a bend. It all comes together right down there across from that brick house. And that's the last pictures they had at the end of the bridge. So how in the world they got all through all that down to here.
So the bridge is right over there?
Yes.
How difficult, I mean, you know this land better, 53 years here, right? How difficult is that to get from the bridge to that area?
On this side, very difficult. Very difficult. What you see over there is it. Very difficult. Who'd ever think someone would be murdered in your backyard?
Ron Logan has lived on this property in Delphi for more than 50 years.
I don't even recall any homicides in Delphi. I just don't recall any, but a double homicide. This is the first, as far as I know. I don't. But it's just crazy.
He never would have imagined his property would turn into a murder scene.
It's just terrible. I just can't imagine that. My son, when he was a kid, he and his buddies played in here for all the time. I mean, he was born here. That was a different time, though.
Logan and the rest of the community are deeply hurt for the families involved, and that's exactly why
their mentality obviously doesn't go very high.
Searchers found the girls' bodies on Ron Logan's property. Logan says detectives cleared him almost immediately, but since
somebody could drive by here and shoot me while I'm walking around in my yard thinking, whoa, well, I did the world a favor.
Did you think it would be solved by now?
I was sure hoping, Rich. I really did.
Ron Logan was arrested and today sentenced on a completely unrelated charge.
At this point, he is still involved with that investigation, but I would not attach the label of suspect to him.
The 77-year-old denies any connection to the murders. Today, he was sentenced to more than 3 years in prison after pleading guilty to a probation violation and being a habitual traffic offender. When asked about his future, Logan told the judge, maybe in the future, someone won't be murdered in my backyard.
He was also a very physically strong man. I've heard stories, he was a horse person. He loved horses, owned horses over the years, rode horses, used to go on hunting trips where he would ride horses. And he, from my understanding, talking to people who've known him, that he used to be able to break horses, the old fashioned, the really rough way that they used to do it, where he would basically wrestle these wild horses to the ground to get control of them. And that I've heard a lot of stories about ways that he's treated perhaps some of his animals as not being perhaps as compassionate as one would hope somebody is with animals.
And Barbara, one other thing I just wanted to clarify. I hope you forgive the questions, but because of the work he did, how familiar would he have been with anatomy, at least of animals, when it came to things like cutting throats, understanding arteries, things like that? In other words, was he butchering animals?
He did. He told me that he butchered his own animals. He raised several animals so that he could butcher them. And rabbits, he had several breeds of chickens, several breeds of rabbits. He had pygmy goats. I've heard stories of him castrating animals in perhaps an old-fashioned way too, just grabbing them and cutting what needs to be cut, and perhaps not using any anesthetic or anything to provide comfort for the animal. I think a lot of people, because of the interviews he did, he sort of shuffled. He was dressed in a bit of a sloppy fashion for a lot of those interviews he did right after the murders. And I think a lot of people saw him as somebody who was perhaps frail and old, and he really wasn't. He was very mentally alert. He seemed very physically fit, even years after the murders happened.
And how much interaction did you have with him, Barbara?
I've interviewed him multiple times over the years. I first met him in 2019. At the time, he did not want to do an interview. He hated the media. Eventually, he did agree to talk to me on a couple of occasions. It started with when we were shooting the documentary for HLN. I had been asking him for years to just allow me onto your property so I can look at the crime scene myself. I wanted to see the area, and he would never allow that. And, you know, HLN had very strong rules about trespassing, and so it wasn't something I was able to just go walk on his land. And eventually he said, all right, fine. And he took our cameraman and myself down to the crime scene. The hill just from his house down to the crime scene is steep as well. And I struggled on the hill. He was there. He was 81, I believe, at the time. And he put his hand out. He was very steady. He helped me down the hill. He was very strong. When we went back up the hill, the same thing. He put his hand out, helped me, steadied me on my way up the hill. He had no trouble climbing that hill when I was with him. And again, he was about 81 at that time.
Interesting. So almost within 2 days, he was out doing interviews, and I see the picture on the left of one of the channels.
Yeah.
And then you try to get an interview with him, and he's resistant for how many years?
It was a while. I first started reaching out to him in very early 29. No, actually, it probably would have been about the middle of 2018. I first started reaching out to him. And the first time that he agreed to actually do an interview with me was the summer of 2021.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, any thoughts while we're on Logan here?
Well, that's why I'm just trying to see if there was any interest in underage girls, because you've got the 13 and 14-year-old that look, unless those were very young photos, that look their age. I mean, they don't look 20, 18 or 20. And it's his property. He was the first one there?
No, he wasn't home when the bodies were discovered. He was out.
Oh, is that where Alibi comes in to tell apart?
Well, no. So the second day he was out shopping and came home, and the roadblocks were going up, and they told him he couldn't get access to his own property. He did not like that at all. Told them in no uncertain terms, no, I'm going to my property. But yeah, he had been out shopping for several hours that morning. It was the day before that he had said, and the times that he gave changed in various interviews, but he left his house, according to him, the day before, the day the girls went missing, around 1:30 to 2:30, and went to the fish store, which was about 25-30 minutes away in Lafayette, Indiana, and that he was there for, in his estimation, about 2.5-3 hours purchasing fish, then returned home with his fish. And that's when he first became aware. He said that the girls had been reported missing. Somebody knocked on his door asking if they could search on his property. And he said, he said, sure, go ahead. And he didn't know until that point what had been going on.
Okay. So is he, yeah, that's interesting. Has he ever become, he was a suspect by his own words at some time?
Yeah, and the FBI said, the FBI wrote a probable cause affidavit for a search of his home and said, we believe he is the killer of these girls and that evidence of such will be contained in his property. My understanding is the FBI did not carry out that search warrant, that it was the state and local police that did. So I'm not sure if the types of things that the FBI went in thinking they were going to look for, if any of those items were recovered. But he definitely seemed to fall off the radar of investigators. They looked at him very heavy in March and April following these murders in 2017. In April, he was sentenced for the probation violation. And then law enforcement never talked about him with regard to this case after that.
Okay. Interesting. So from your experience being with him, what was your takeaway? Would you still keep him in the, we'll call the circle. We'll just create this imaginary circle. And I've got 3 people that we're going to talk about tonight, but would you keep him in the circle from your experience?
I think so. He doesn't have an alibi for where he was at the time the girls went missing. The alibi that he gave was a lie.
Three to 4 hours in Lafayette at the Aquarium World buying fish. That's a slightly different version of his trip to Lafayette Aquarium World than what he gave the police. He probably thought maybe 3 to 4 hours was a little much, but we can talk about that shortly. I want to say hi to some folks first. We are going to have a special guest this evening, by the way. I don't know when. It's going to be a surprise. But our queen bee wife Yellow Jacket will be joining us to talk about Ron Logan and or anything else that she wants to talk about. I know better than to try and I'm not going to tell Yellow Jacket what we're going to talk about. Yellow Jacket we're going to talk about whatever Yellow Jacket decides we're going to talk about, because that's the way it should be. Because Yellow Jacket is my encyclopedia for Delphi. So who is here tonight? We got Buddy Rich, Miko, Oksana, welcome, Judge Jessica, Owl on the Prowl, Court of Public Opinion, Indy Cindy, Honeybee, Thierry is here, Ashley's here, Scarlet Bagpipes, Chilo, Scotty. That's a strong motherfucker. Wrestle a horse, right. Breaking horses is that's the kind of thing that you it's like a comically strong thing, right? You would say someone could wrestle a horse if you were trying to overemphasize how strong they were. And Ron was quite literally, when he was probably younger, I'm sure he still told people that he could wrestle a horse in his 70s, but who knows if he could or not. Hi, Deb's in space. Chelsea says, that's so many hours. It's so many hours. Kat says, has anyone seen these fish tanks? So of the few folks I've asked that specific question about, hey, was Ron known to just be a fanatic for tropical fish? None of them have any knowledge of him being a tropical fish fanatic. None of them have any knowledge of him even having tropical fish or fish in general. So maybe this was a new hobby. Can give him the benefit of the doubt, but kind of random. And I think one of the things that I have for us to look at tonight, after we do a little bit of evidentiary unpacking of Ron Logan and who he is, for folks that may not know, most people probably do, but maybe not. I want to get into a little bit about some of what Yellow Jacket and I have theorized, and we're going to do a speculate. We're going to do a true crime fanfic based on vibes, evidence and vibes. But I'll give a disclaimer before we do that so that there's no confusion that this is not, this is just us doing a yap. DB, of course, is here. He says, I've broken many a steed with my bare hands. A stallion. Hi, Stephanie. Hey, Steve. Hey, AVG. Hi, Rochelle. Jason the Music Man. Corvus, hello. I was supposed to shout really loud for you when I started streaming, so I forgot to do that, so I'm glad that you're here. Questioning Crime says, thank you for the videos you put out about Ron Logan. Those are what convinced me he did this crime. I much appreciate it. Great job you're doing. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. I really want us to eventually find out what happened and who did this, and I'm not so convinced of my theory that I wouldn't be open to being completely wrong. I think the best possible scenario is that the correct person was convicted. Unfortunately, that's not the case here. The next best scenario is that the person or persons who did this could and will still be identified and be brought to justice. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Right now, I'm pretty convinced that at least Ron Logan who was involved and is deceased. So like that's not like a great outcome. Not to say that you can't get answers and still, see some semblance of justice when the person is deceased, but it's not like a fun, super satisfying conclusion. However, I do think that there are answers that we can and still probably will get eventually. So anyway, all that to say, this is the only thing that I can say with 100% certainty. I don't know who did it, but it ain't Richard Allen. Yeah. And right now, my best guess is, unless somebody can show me something concrete and exculpatory, I'm open to it. I'm ready. I would love to put this creepy weirdo to rest and not have to think about him anymore. But thus far, nobody's got the goods. So not to say that we won't exclude him one day, but that's my disclaimer. So real quick, the totality. Right. The totality. Yeah. One of the things that comes up a lot with Ron as a suspect. Well, first, let me do this. So real quick recap. Ron Logan was a 77-year-old Delphi, lifelong resident of Delphi at the time of the murders. The murders maybe occurred on his land, but at the very least, Abby and Libby were found on the private property of Ron Logan on the 14th of February, 2017, around noon. And you would expect, I guess, that he would immediately become a focus of law enforcement due to where the girls were found, how they likely would have had to have gotten there. Steve is celebrating his 3rd month as a crank here, a member of R&M. Thank you so much, Steve. Glad you're here. So Ron Logan, presumably you'd think would immediately become a focus of law enforcement. I'm not going to say that they ignored him. I don't believe that they ignored him. They ignored his property. They definitely did not search his property in any capacity, in any meaningful way. He likes to say that people came to his door and he let them search, but we know that law enforcement did knock on Ron's door on the 14th after the girls were found, after he had arrived back home from the store, and he didn't answer. He was home. He didn't answer. So maybe he was napping. I don't know. But he was not as willing and cooperative and hospitable to searchers and neighbors and media and law enforcement at first. Another thing I noticed is he says a couple times in a bunch of different interviews that on the 13th, people came to his house, to knock on the door and asked if they could search his property, permission to search his property. I assume he told them yes, but he never says if he gave them permission. And we never hear anybody say that they explicitly, that they searched his property down there on the 13th. So that's something that I would want to, and if that does exist out there definitively, I would love a reminder, because that's not something I recall ever seeing. And I know in interviews when he says that, I'm always like, okay, did you let them? Did you give them permission? What happened? So I don't know. But anyway, hi, Andy. I'm glad you're here, Andy. Y'all, if you are not already subscribed to and aware of our friend Andy here, Andy is a hero of mine and of the Cranks, because Andy has just baptism by fire, has been paying attention to the Delphi case. Andy is a veteran journalist, a real one, a great one. And she has been asking some really important questions and raising some really important issues related to transparency and related to journalism in general and the lack thereof of serious investigative journalism occurring in Indiana, certainly in this case. And we're just very, very grateful that she is here. I got some hot journalist info upcoming. She says, old, get out of here. Get out of here. So glad you're here, Andy. All right. Terry says, Jehovah's Witness. I just had an epiphany about cell phones and WAL wall files. Experts should be saying write ahead log. Headphones being plugged in or deleted searches. It is written in the wall file ahead of the event. I don't know if DB is still in here. Oh, there he is. Hi, Andy. You're everywhere. Thank God. I would rather Andy everywhere than not. Gen X Girl Lawyer says, I have been watching Andy's channel. Andy is a real one. Hi, Free Ricky Bay. Hi, Precocent. Where are you? I don't even... Oh, there you are. Sup, peeps. All right. So, Ron Logan, born in Delphi, 1939, was 77 years old at the time of the murders, was never arrested or charged with anything in connection to the murders. He was, however, arrested in March 2017 and pled to a habitual offender traffic violation for driving without a license after drinking for probably like the 8th or 9th time in his life. I have to get the exact number. Hey, T, glad you're here. So he did end up serving time in Newcastle Correctional Facility in Indiana from about April, I guess, when he was finally processed through RDC after his plea. He got there like May 1st, I want to say 2017, served about until I think he was released on home detention mid-January 2018. So not even a year for his habitual traffic violations. And oh boy, y'all. Jason Jensen, friend of R&M, longtime friend of R&M, one of the first Ron Logan cranks. Me and Jason and Scott and a couple other people just out there fighting for our lives on YouTube and Facebook, talking about Ron Logan and his damn fucking hat. So I'm glad you're here, Jason. It's good to see you. Jason also does really important work, not related to Ron Logan or Delphi, in his actual life, professional life. You've probably seen him before. You probably recognize him. If not, look him up. I already like the street. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, Thomas Scott. I hope you're feeling okay tonight. It's good to see you. I feel like, oh, there she is. I was like, I know I saw a woman in here somewhere. There's my woman. Okay. Ron Logan was released on home detention in January of 2018. He lived out the rest of his days in Delphi, Indiana, same home. Didn't seemingly change too much about his life. He still drove around. Actually, my good friend Matt Sullivan traveled to Delphi like pretty immediately after the Anthony shots info came out. So that would have been like December 2021. So this was about a month before Ron passed away. And while Matt was in Delphi, kind of standing on the corner of like downtown, whatever Main Street Delphi is, with a couple other folks, he's like, wait, is that fucking Ron? And just Ron Logan just drives by in his truck right past the fucking sheriff's department, right past the courthouse, just no fucks given. So he was consistent. He was consistent. He did end up getting sick in January 2022 from COVID. He did pass away in the hospital. His ex-wife, Jeanie Logan, posted about it at the time, kind of asking people to keep her friend in their prayers. He was intubated at that point. I think he was sick for like a week or two before he finally passed in January 2022. So he's dead. He did. He does not have an obituary. Ronald Logan, last that my friend and I requested his death certificate, or death certificate, right, from the health department in 2022. And did we request it? Or maybe we just did a public record search. I don't know if we officially requested it, but we couldn't find any death certificate. And those are public, even though, I mean, it can take a minute for them to show up after someone's death. But yeah, still can't find one. If anyone has ever found a death certificate for Ron Logan, that is on my list of shit to do next week. let's be real. Will I get to it? I hope so. I would really like to. But we do need to officially request it because I've never seen it. And one thing that is very common in this case, I think, because there's some confusion about like when he got sick, when he died, a lot of news, even like reputable, like legacy media has even reported that his death occurred in January 2020. I don't know if that's because he died of COVID. People assume that it was like 20, but he did not. He was alive. He died in January 2022. The only public like acknowledgement or even like nod to Ron Logan passing away was the Delphi Oracle like alumni. It's like an alumni website for Delphi High School, and they post anytime a alumni, whichever. They post about whenever somebody from one of the classes dies. Usually they copy and paste and then include the obituary, but Ron Logan does not have an obituary. I'll pull it up here in a second. So it just says Ronnie Eugene passed away, born this day, died this day, survived by, and that's it. Chasing, hi Chasing, welcome. No family posts. So Jeanie Logan, who is Ron Logan's ex-wife, they were married from like 1988 or 9 until they did end up officially divorcing. I think that was finalized in like 2012. They split up in 2009. They were married like 20 years. Their marriage did not end on good terms. She literally moved to Florida to get away from the man. A lot of the same that we've talked about already, kind of patterns of that relationship. I don't know anything aside from what I know, which is not much, about the inner workings and intricacies and private details of Ronnie and Jeannie's marriage. I know the least about that, probably out of everything on this topic. So I'm not going to sit here and say that they had a terrible marriage. I don't know. I just know that she did have to move to Florida to get away from the man. So there was some contention. Their divorce was ugly. We can, I have a couple documents that are public that I'm going to share later about their divorce that kind of make some interesting, what would that be? We'll just say interesting claims from Jeannie's lawyer at the time. So we'll get into that. But just because their marriage was not perfect doesn't mean that Jeannie thinks that he did this, right? So I don't think it would be fair for me to say she knows that he did it, and she's defended him from day one after this occurred on Facebook, quite histrionically. It's a little much. Honestly, if it were my family member, I would be ranting and raving like a crazy person. So I'm not even going to I take that back. My issue with how Jeannie and her daughter have gone about defending Ron is that they're putting out misinformation. Whether they know that it's misinformation or not, kind of irrelevant in my opinion. They're putting out a lot of misinfo very passionately, and that misinfo has perpetuated and just like wildfire. And there are just totally incorrect facts that will not fucking die. You found what? You found his death certificate? Oh my God, source. Oh, sorry, let me go up. Ange, do you have the screenshots of her post of him dying in the hospital? I do. Yeah, but if you have them, yeah, let me share them actually, because people have about him dying. Source, what's the date on it? January. I love the caps. By the way, we do all caps here. If you want to all caps in the chat, feel free. Don't be aggressive, but we understand that caps are not always aggressive, although a lot of times they are. Great question. Is Jeannie Ron Logan's the mother of Ron's son? No. So Ron was married. Ron was married to a woman named Cleo in the, I think, 68 or 69. They were married like very, very briefly, not even 5 years, I don't think. They divorced, but they did have a son together. That's Ryan Logan. He's, I think, like 50 or so now. And that was his first wife. His second wife, very, very short. I don't know. I I can't find much about it. I just know that he was married very briefly to a woman named Karen, who was also kind of localish. I think he probably met her at work or something. And they were only married for maybe 2 years at the most. They divorced. And then he was single, dating for about a decade before he married Jeanie. So our beautiful friend Connie, who a lot of folks in here know, Connie Dillman did date Ron from like 82. What is it? What did I say? 82 to 87. About 5 years in the 80s, like on and off. Thank you, source. Oh my God, I've never seen this post, source. I'm about to put it up if you don't mind. This is not what I was thinking of. This is unhinging the way I'd expect. Thank you, love. Ron Logan was very handsome, I'm told. He was very charming. He could be very charming. He was kind of like a old-fashioned gentleman, you know, when he wanted to be. He and his family, the Logan family, in Carroll County for, you know, a century plus. Sheila disagrees. She says, he looks like Dennis Rader. I think so too. There's a picture of him. I think maybe it's on the thumbnail of the last live I did. He looks like Dennis Rader. He really does. I agree with you. There's something about, maybe that was just like the look, like the kind of like mop hair, but like real thick mustache, real thick, real strong mustache on these men. Mar says he was popular. Thierry says he was popular. Ariel says it's Ted Bundy, if you will. Jason says, is this still live? Sure is, Jason Jensen. You want to come up? I can send you the link if you want to talk about Ron Logan. If you can. You might not be able to. That's fine. I won't be offended. He was a singing cowboy. He was well-groomed. Hey, Fort Pitts, good to see you. Well-groomed. He presented well. He took good care of his horses. He had lots of animals. He loved horses. I don't know when he first started to love horses because he did not grow up like as like a child and adolescent with horses that I could find. So it was something he like discovered and got into at least adolescent or, you know, young adult. You're prohibited. Totally fine. Very responsible, Jason. We would expect nothing less. We still live and alive. Fort Pitts, this is cracking me up because you're not wrong, but it's so funny to see we're talking characteristics about Ron is well-groomed. He was a well-groomed man. You're totally right. Very Magnum PI. Hey, young Black economist. Good to see you. Young Black economist says, Ron Logan guilty. He's guilty of something, to quote somebody that we don't want to quote. The Magnum PI mustache. Shaved his pits. I feel he smelled of poopy hay. I appreciate a competent man. Yeah, he was like, I would say that if you were his age and you lived, you know, there and you knew him and you knew his family, I mean, he was like kind of a catch, you know, at least at one point in life. He was a catch. He was, and I know I went over this a little bit in the last live, but to close the loop. So Ron Logan graduated from Delphi High School in 1957. He enlisted in the ROTC prior to graduating. So upon his graduation from high school, he immediately went to Michigan for boot camp, I want to say. He was in the Navy. While he was in high school, he was very popular, got really good grades. He was student council president of his class, prom king. He was in the theater club. He was in the math and science club. He was the president of the yearbook club. Like he was just kind of like, whatever. So he excelled at a lot of things when he was young. I will answer this in a minute. And you can ask anything. So high school, he had like a very promising academic or other future. Enlisted as it was just like what you did kind of back then if you didn't have a family career or a farm or whatever set up after graduation. A lot of young men enlisted. And he went on to serve in the U.S. Navy, ROTC. I don't really exactly know how it works, but you get the gist. From 1957 boot camp to he separated. I'm comfortable saying he separated from the military in 1960. So he served a little under 3 years. His contract originally was for 4 years. He got full scholarship to Marquette University out in Wisconsin or Minnesota. I think it's in Wisconsin. He attended Marquette, I guess. Registrar can't find anything last I looked. I've asked twice. I haven't asked since 2023. So probably time to renew that, to pester them again. But that doesn't mean, I'm not going to say he never attended. I just know that he did not complete and graduate from college, although he did get a full ride and he did attend briefly. In the Navy, he was part of the Class A electronics technician group. He was one of the first, I think this was a fairly new program, technology arm branch unit of the U.S. Navy. It was pretty up and coming and state of the art. So he was an electronics technician. He went to electronics technician school out at Treasure Island in San Francisco, I think. Y'all correct me on anything, by the way, because I'm just kind of going based off of my brain. He was one of a few, what was I saying? Oh, electronics technician. So he had a specialization. He was good at it. He did have kind of aspirations to be a Navy pilot. He wore glasses. One thing that people that I've spoken to about this before, especially people who know about the armed services, say that the fact that he wore glasses as an adult, like if he had vision problems as a young man too, then that could have prevented him, been a barrier to him achieving his pilot status in the Navy. Who is Richard Logan, age 66, says he's not right. R.I.P. Richard, a different Logan. I think if that's a Carroll County Logan, they're probably related. I know that Mark Allen Smith guy, who's the guy that wears the top hat in Carroll County, who does all of the genealogy, Carroll County history. He's kind of quirky and zany and odd and fun. That's all I know about him. But I know that he is a descendant of the Logan family. He never, whatever. I do a lot of open source social media research, by the way, y'all. Highly recommend. If you deleted your Facebook, I get it, but old people are still active, man. They are. Facebook is wild still. Facebook is wild still. If you are above 65, Facebook is the place to be. FYI, if you're trying to do some open source sleuthing, Facebook is definitely the place to look. Was Ron Logan a Freemason or an Eastern Star or involved in any way? I don't recall seeing anything to suggest that he was. His mother's name was Betty. His father's name was Raymond. I believe that Betty, at least in one article I found, attended or baked or did some kind of a presentation, like a home ec of sorts, presentation at an Eastern Star meeting. Having said that, that's the only thing I could find for that. So I don't know. I know that his dad was very active in the, what is it called, American Legion. He did mostly veteran stuff. From what I could find, I didn't find a whole lot of clubs or anything that were not associated with his time in the service. He also, I think he played the banjo. His dad did. Did they recover a desktop or laptop from Ron's home? Forpith. Great question. I would love to know the answer to that question. As much as we know about Ron, as much as we've been able to find about Ron, the black hole total information gap void vacuum is probably the most important thing that we would want to know, which is what became of the search of Ron Logan's home. And we don't know. And I don't know that we'll even know anytime soon because, unfortunately, during Richard Allen's trial, Judge Gold eliminated out any and all mention of Ron Logan as one of the third-party suspects. And when it comes to obtaining whatever evidence or investigation the FBI did, kind of independently or separately from local task force members. That's not like information that's available, right? It wasn't available, I don't believe, at or for the trial. Y'all know about like TUI, right? We've talked about the TUI process. DB did an education unto us all about TUI way back in the day when Jen Auger first came onto the case, Richard Allen's case. But basically, it's a pain in the ass if you are trying to get info, evidence, reports, discovery, depositions, cooperation, anything from the FBI. They're gonna make you work for it. It's a pain in the dick. I don't have this. Judge Jessica asked, do we have any sort of grand list of everything that's been FOIA'd? No. And that's a great project for us now that the Richard Allen case filings have slowed and paused temporarily. I think that we should probably spend 2025 just burying everybody under FOIA requests. If we could do it in like an organized, cohesive community way, that would be fun. I know there's a lot of folks that are already way on top of it and have not had much success because really the prosecutors answering FOIA requests that are submitted to the sheriff's department, and the judge goal in Allen County is responding to requests for public exhibits that are actually going to Carroll County. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's an incestuous mess. So I know that there are a couple things like that have been done, initiatives that have been taken by very awesome cranks, due process cranks, brilliant cranks who have just taken it upon themselves to their own energy, their own time, their own resources, their own dime, try and get some of these records. So Judge Jessica says, I spoke with someone on Twitter that FOIA'd Fortune's audio. I haven't spoken with him again to see what happened. Interesting. That would be the Jerry Holman interview of Robert Fortune, I imagine, which would be very interesting to listen to. I'm going to do a sidebar real quick since we're on the topic. I was talking to Sleuthy and Courtney the other day, I think maybe yesterday or the day before, just about like prioritizing, trying to really prioritize, or at least make a list of our priorities when it comes to like what are the pieces of evidence in this case, whether it's related to Rick or another suspect, like the evidence, publicly available evidence, meaning not sealed evidence that we think is most imperative or that should be sought first and foremost. So my number one, obviously the bridge guy video. Quite frankly, don't even want to think about it too much because every time I think about the fact that this trial has concluded, a conviction has been issued, and we still have never fucking seen the original bridge guy video. That's just like trolling. They're just being cruel, by withholding that. But anyway, so obviously that is really important. The OG bridge guy video and audio before they did any enhancements or whatever they want to call it. I want it. The second thing that I personally think is like the most important thing is the October 26th, 2017 interrogation of Richard Allen at the Lafayette Post, ISP Post, Jerry Holman interrogating Rick Allen. That needs to be public for a lot of reasons. But I firmly believe one of the ways or one of the mechanisms that the state has utilized to kind of achieve their conviction and protect their conviction has just been hiding public evidence. I look at cases like the Karen Reed case. I look at cases like, I don't know, that's the only one I can think of right now because it's the one that's like in the forefront of my mind. Karen Reed, in my opinion, so much reasonable doubt. I believe she's innocent, but regardless, the trial, if I were a juror, I would have voted not guilty, right? There was such little evidence, if any, and more importantly to me, there was so much evidence of law enforcement misconduct and deception and constitutional violations. Like, you know how I feel about that. I don't give a shit if she is guilty. As soon as I see some of that fuckery, I'm like, no fucking way. No fucking way. So the only reason I know that, I guess the point I'm trying to make is like the only reason I even have that belief and feel strongly about it is because we got to see the fucking trial. We've gotten to see the exhibits. We've gotten to see the evidence. We've gotten to see the trial. It was a public trial. People compare the judge in Karen Reed's case, Bev. They compare Bev and Judge Gull, the judge in Richard Allen's case. They compare the two of them often. I understand why they do that. But honestly, there's literally no comparison because we bore witness to the Karen Reed trial. Whether it was fair or not, relevant. It was already 100,000 times more fair and more lawful, in line with the Constitution of the United States. Like, I don't know what this is, what they're doing in Indiana. I don't have much hope that it's going to get better anytime soon, but they don't operate like this everywhere. It's quite literally insane that this entire trial occurred in secret. So yeah, Bev sucks, but I would take Bev in a heartbeat. I would be so grateful for a Bev over a Gull. There's no comparison. Indiana is very much going backwards, and they are going backwards, accelerating backwards. All right, I rambled. We're not even at an hour yet. How am I doing? I feel like we're making good time because Courtney should be here in like 5-ish minutes. What did y'all think of that interview that Ron gave over the phone? That was one that is like, it's kind of like an exotic one that I can't find anywhere or elsewhere. I downloaded it like 2 years ago, and it's just interesting that he called in to speak with which is interesting. There's nothing in it that like made me like, didn't set my hair on fire or anything, but it was just interesting. Jason says, Karen's innocent. Injuries were a dog attack. I agree with you. 100%. Kat says, Arnhem, do you think that they're going to limit what they ask for regarding Rick's exhibits? Choose not to demand Rick's prison videos, crime scene pictures, etc. The reason that the courtroom and the media did not see the prison videos were due to a motion request, by Rick's attorneys. So they felt that those videos would be more harm than good would come from those being public at the time, to protect Rick's dignity, etc. I get it. I don't think that Rick Allen, I think at the very least, his dignity is probably one of the only things that, whatever, if you even want to say that they've allowed, I don't think that they've allowed him to maintain that, but he has maintained his dignity throughout. And if they believe that that is not something that needs to be public, like, I get it, I'm fine with it. I think that the torture videos are important, especially because one of the jurors came out and said they weren't that bad. Well, now I really want to fucking know what you were watching, because I have a very hard time believing that. Kat says we can't pick and choose them. I think we start picking and choosing what's public and how we got here in the first place. I agree with you. I only feel that way about mental health, like for HIPAA shit, honestly. And if he's psychotic at the time, and those, I kind of am going to defer to him and the people that are in his corner for now for that. That's just how I feel today. I might change my mind. I'm also on Twitter every other day talking about how we need to see the torture videos. So, like, I don't know that there's a right answer or wrong answer. I just don't want. I believe that Rick will be exonerated and he will be free. I don't know when, but that is my belief, because I have to believe that. And because we're not going away. So either we're going to live to see it, or we're going to die trying. But he one day, God willing, will rejoin the world and rejoin society. And that is already going to be an impossibly difficult feat for him. So whatever. I guess I can't confidently even tell where I stand on that issue. Because even as I'm sitting here, I'm going back and forth on it in real time. I'm like, no, fuck yeah, we need to see it. Like, they recorded it. It's DOC. But at the same time, I think that's what I'm prioritizing, like actually making a list of what are the priorities? Because reality is, yes, we are entitled to all of it. I like using the word property. Public information is quite literally the property of the public. You know, the state actors like to dilute that and water it down and make it sound like we're asking for things that don't belong to us. None of our business. We don't have a right to it. Wrong. We literally do. Country was founded on that right. First Amendment, freedom of the press, public trials, due process. These are all things that are critically important. They are, Judge says, mine. I agree with you, Miki. Yeah, it's a complicated issue. I don't know the answer. I just know that maybe that's like an issue for like sub issue B, C, or D. Like right now, my focus is like, we need to see the bridge guy video. We need the unedited one, the undoctored one. And I would love to hear Jerry Holman's interrogation of Rick Allen, where Rick Allen proclaims his innocence 27 times. And Jerry Holman almost has a cardiac event because he can't regulate his emotions and his anger. And he arrests Rick because he wanted to, because he didn't yield and do what he wanted him to do. So I think that's really important. I think that had the public been able to actually witness Rick as a human, I mean, if anyone knows of an example of this, please let me know. But I don't know of any other high-profile case at all in my lifetime where there's no evidence in photograph or video. There's no fucking documentation and evidence and proof that the defendant entered and exited the courtroom. We've never seen Rick in anything but prison attire. They didn't even let us see him going in and out of the courtroom in his plain clothes. Or, well, maybe we wouldn't have seen him because maybe he changed in the courthouse. I don't fucking know. But my point is, has that ever happened before? Andy says, fucking preach, yeah. Yeah. I think when we start acquiescing and yielding, this is exactly, I think, what you were getting at, Kat. When we start kind of acquiescing and yielding and playing nice with the state when they are actively violating the Constitution and violating public access, that's a very tricky, slippery slope. Hold on one second, y'all. I've got Yellow Jacket here. It's a slippery slope, and I think that's part of how we ended up here with a media cohort in Indiana who, honestly, some days I'm like, y'all just might as well not. You're not helping anything. That's a great point, DB. He said, how could we know that those cases even exist if they're willing to do it? You're right. We'd have no idea. Scary. It's scary stuff. Scotty says, I did see some sketches of Rick in street clothing during the trial by someone. Yeah. I really like the courtroom sketches. I follow a couple Twitter accounts since this year of just like courtroom sketch artists because it's just such an interesting, cool like thing that I always forget that exists, you know? It's just cool. Anyway, there's some really cute sketches that came out and pretty powerful sketches, I would say. What we learned from this is that a stranger can take a picture of you and blame you for a crime for being there and no proof is needed. Michelle, yes, that is so scary. Hey, Truth Seeker, good to see you too. It's a great point Michelle brings up. And basically the entire case against Rick Allen was based on unsubstantiated, unsupported, actually disproven theories of what happened that day. And yet, despite the fact that the state's own witnesses totally impeached the credibility of the officers and vice versa, and none of the witnesses described the same person, and even if they did describe the same person, none of them described Rick Allen, And then the jury 5 minutes later hears the prosecutor say, Rick Allen's bridge guy. And they go, uh-huh, sure is. I don't know what that, I don't understand that phenomena. I'd like to think about that more later. It's odd. 0 plus 0 equals 0. Yeah. Things that no one was even allowed to see. Claims by state actors about confessions. Hey, Karen Roman. Nonsense. Nonsense indeed. Good to see you. Hello, Tammy. I miss Tammy. If you're in here, hi, Tammy. Hey, Grace Space. Oh, there you are. Has anyone seen Warline's bridge guy video information on Photoshop? A figure blurred on the bridge. There's one picture that looks like a dude in a black shirt sitting behind bridge guy. Was strange. I believe it. I think one thing that, well, not one thing. If y'all missed Excited Utterance, Hella's live 3 nights ago. Hella is a graphic designer by trade. Like, she is literally, that's her job. She's a pro. And she did some really cool stuff in Photoshop on that live stream with the bridge guy video and photo images that were super illuminating for me, someone who is totally technologically, there ain't nothing in there when it comes to tech, nothing. So it was really cool to see her kind of tweak, explaining what she was doing. And yeah, so watch that if you haven't seen it yet. She goes, really goes into trying to either verify and confirm or, debunk some of the questions that we've all had about the bridge guy video and photos. Can we find someone to run for judge when Judge Goal is up for re-election and then we campaign for them? Yeah. Literally, here's a scary question. Sorry, hold on. I almost said I don't think that there's anyone that could be worse than Judge Gull, but I know better than to ever say anything like that. So I like the idea, though, Ariel. Billy asks, I know this is off subject, but do you have any local news on Robert Brooks? Indiana tried unsuccessfully to do that to Rick, and that concerns me for all prisoners. They actually do have rights still. I don't personally. I agree with you. I know that there are probably countless examples. I don't know of any, I'm not going to say they don't rise to the level of egregiousness of Rick's, but personally, I think we're in unprecedented territory here. These are kind of uncharted, scary waters, but yeah, prisoners do have rights, and they are protected by the Constitution too, in spite of the fact that prisons across the country, but certainly in Indiana, basically as a rule, like to ignore that fact. So scary. Hi, Regina. 2 + 2 = 4, and that's why we're here, Kathy Shank. I need something showing the cost of the Wabash Clam Jam. Agreed. I believe at the summer hearings when Vito testified, maybe it came up at the trial too, but certainly at the summer hearings, July 30th, 31st, and August 1st, David Vito, who was ISP detective who basically was leading the Kagan Klein investigation, he testified something to the tune of $1 million, or he was asked about something to the tune of $1 million and was like, yeah, that's so. I don't know. I don't know how they know that. I don't know where any record of that is. I think it would be interesting to know just how much in general, like how much money, state, like taxpayer dollars, resources, time, overtime. There's Doug Carter just did an interview last week or a couple of days ago, where he's basically just like romanticizing and going on about how the Indiana State Police and the investigation literally had like unlimited access to resources when they need, as needed for the investigation, which is great. We wish that was the case with all investigations. However, most of the time they're talking about like resources for officers, like food, officer food. They talk so much about food for these fucking officers. You think that you're the only officers that like have to work a lot of hours? I mean, yeah, it's nice to not have to worry about like lunch, but like, God, they fucking talk about how the community donated food a lot. Is that just me? Everything was like, why the fuck do we care about like, just fucking sit around and eat lunch all day? Like, no wonder you didn't solve this or get anything done. It's insane. But it says no one has been arrested. Is that the Brooks case you referenced? And I apologize. I don't know. I know that it's been mentioned probably, I think, in lives here before. A couple of folks have also brought that case up, and I don't know about it, and I would like to. So I want to make a point to look it up because, oh my God. Corky, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come on. I'll give you a minute if you want a minute. Y'all, she looks so cute. You can't see her, but I can. You ready, ma'am? All right. Hold on to your hats. Hi, friend.
Can you hear me?
I hear you so crispy and perfectly.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, thank God.
You did it.
I did it. I had some headphones. Oh, we're all blue tonight. Look at us.
We are. Look at your purple light. That's nice. I don't remember ever seeing your purple light.
I don't even have a purple light. It's just my room.
It's just my aura.
Yeah.
That's my butt light. It's purple tonight.
What are y'all doing here? What are y'all talking about? I haven't been listening.
That's fine. I've been rambling about, what have we talked about, y'all? I showed some interviews about Ron. I showed the one where, you remember that like really, really, really exotic one where he calls into News Nation and it's like he's on the phone talking to them? Okay. I think I'll replay it too because I think probably folks came in a little later and didn't see it. I want to replay that one part. It's like super exotic. And it was like maybe a week at the most after the murders.
He called in?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know if they contacted him and he agreed to talk to them over the phone or if he was like, or if he called them. But yeah, it's like a phone interview.
So
and
exotic.
The fucking interviewer, this News Nation interviewer, I just have to show you. She's awful. Like she interrupts him 100 times. I didn't even realize how bad it was until I played it tonight. And I'm like watching it with on the live. And I was like getting so frustrated because she literally she's like yelling she like interrupts him mid-thought. I'm like, what are you doing? It was awful. I got to show it to you. You're going to hate it.
Yeah. I probably have seen it, right? I'm sure I've seen it.
You have. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure we've complained about this exact thing before. So, and then we talked about Ron. We did a real quick crash course on Ron and his life course. And then we started talking about due process. And then we talked about, let's see, the exhibits, public access. What else have we talked about, y'all? Chelsea says that one practically hung. Yeah, she practically hung up on it. It was like, do you want to interview? Are you doing an interview or not? Goosey's here. Hi, Goosey.
Hey, Goosey. Hey, everybody.
Bezos says Logan's fish were even exotic. So, if anyone's not familiar with Yellow Jacket, my God, but just in case you're not, this is Courtney, Yellow Jacket.
Hi.
She's the other half of my brain, and I'm so glad you're here. What are your thoughts tonight, Cork?
I don't have a ton. I'll think of some in a minute. I get all my talking out during the week, I think. I feel like we just talk and talk, and there's so much to talk about and so much to be frustrated about.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, public access. Where's the shit? Where is our shit?
Yeah, give us our shit.
Like people are out here releasing police interviews of people that haven't even been arrested and charged for crimes. And
I know.
we've had a whole entire trial and still can't see it.
Insane. This isn't a thing. It's not a thing.
Do they think they can keep it locked up forever? Because they can't.
Literally, yeah, they do. They think they can, and thus far, I mean, I agree with you, but like, all right.
Do they think we're just gonna get bored and stop talking about it? So by the time they have to release it, nobody's gonna care anymore? Yeah, not a chance.
You'd think by now they would know that. Dude, they probably rue the day that like the prank cohort rolled into town. They're like, God, why? Yeah, because we're not. Well, fortunately, like we all are obsessive and spectrumy and ADHD and just like zany, and we're just not going to stop. Like this is like not a thing that's going to happen. So Sleuthy says they do think that. They think what it'll come down to is someone with money will have to sue them and win. Yeah, right. Ow. What are the 3 pieces of evidence, whatever that means, that you believe are your top 3 that need to come out?
Jesus. I mean, I'm sorry if this is morbid. I personally really wanted to see the autopsy report. I don't want to see pictures. I don't care about that. But I really wanted to see the full report. I want to know if a tox was done. I want to know everything. I want all the phone data, all of Libby's phone data. I want all the phone data from anybody they did a phone extraction on, but I'll settle for just Libby's. Like I want to see it for myself. Like the full analysis. Everything. Every database that's in there. Not that I think I'm going to interpret it any different than some of the experts have, but like for example, like one thing that's very sticky for me and very annoying for me is that at trial, Cecil, he like switched up midway how he reported on things. So he gave a time chunk and he said, in this time chunk, they did X number of steps / this many meters. And then in the next time chunk he gave, he only gave it in meters, not steps.
Did you say chunky? Okay.
And the next chunk.
Right. Yeah.
And then in the next chunk, he went back to steps. And it was like, nobody caught it. Nobody asked. I even reached out to Andrea Burkhart a few weeks ago because it was driving me nuts. And I'm like, I mean, I checked her reporting, Bob's reporting, the mainstream media reporting, and they all had it listed the same way. Steps, meters, steps. And I'm like, why did we just switch our metrics here?
Like, are we like, is it like, are you using 2 different, like, if it's all being analyzed in the same, like, why are we doing this?
I don't know. Well, he also completely omitted what happened between 2:18 and 2:25. We only know that there was no movement on the phone at all in that little time chunk, in that little chunky chunk, because a juror asked him specifically what happened from 2:18 to 2:25. He goes, right. There was no movement on the phone during that time. Oh, small detail. Small detail.
So the phone really stopped at 2:18 and then it started up again.
Yeah. No movement from 2:18 to 2:25.
The fuck? That's weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah. So like, this is another thing I would be like, okay, well, maybe they're using 2 different programs, like whatever, the Axiom and whatever the fuck else, or maybe 2 different analyzers. So like, but no, this is all Cecil analyzing the extraction, right? So it wouldn't be like, there's no obvious reason that he would be not uniform in his metrics that he's using. That's very odd.
Well, and so when things like that happen, you know, we put on our conspiracy hat and we think it's intentional, kind of like it was intentional not to say anything about what happened from 218 to 225. And a juror had to ask him, and he knew right away. He didn't have to check his notes. He knew right away, oh, there was no movement on the phone at that time. Well, why didn't you tell us that?
Why are we omitting things, right? This is like the trial. This is it, the trial. Like, now's the time.
Oh, I just wanted to report on the movement. Oh, no, the lack of movement is also important.
I would argue perhaps more important than...
Yeah. So, you know, if there was a reason he presented the data that way, maybe it's because the number of steps don't really track with the meters in the same way that they did in all the other time chunks.
Yeah.
You know, you have an average pace. If you're walking in a straight line, not stopping, there's a certain
Right.
amount of distance you're going to cover
Right.
in 4 minutes or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like we saw in the Murdahl trial, they could tell when he was running.
Oh, that was cool. However they did that,
Yeah.
whether or not that's like, yeah. I don't know like how or the accuracy, but just crazy.
So when the steps in one little time chunk were left out and it was only presented in meters, it's like, it makes me think that the steps don't match up with the other averages.
Right. And then so what could be a possible explanation if that's true? Like, why would that be, do you think?
I think the steps were either unusually low, which
Mhm.
means in that time chunk that he did that on, they were kind of standing around a lot,
Mm-hmm.
taking a few steps here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Or on the flip side, maybe it indicates they were running. If you're
Oh,
covering,
interesting.
if you're covering, you know, if you're covering 400 meters in a certain amount of steps, it can be deduced that you have to be running to cover that distance with only those steps.
Oh, right, because your strides would be bigger, so your steps would be fewer.
Right.
Got it. Yeah, it was interesting. I don't know if everybody caught. You see, I pinned that for you. If everybody caught Rick Snay, Rick Snay interviewed Stacey Eldridge, who was the expert that the defense used to talk about her independent analysis of the extraction of Libby's phone. And one of the things that she said in a couple of different ways at a couple of different times throughout that interview was it's an imperfect, you know, they're estimates because everybody's strides are different. And even like elevation, like if it's an 8-foot ceiling versus a 10-foot ceiling when it comes to like flights of stairs. So there's like deviations and it's very, very imperfect, but there are some, but even factoring in that, some of Cecil's conclusions or the data that he's kind of reporting out that Eldridge seems to not dispute doesn't make sense even when you factor in like the imperfectness of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think you've probably shared the, you know, the chart I made of just what we know, the testimony from trial with, you know, all the phone data graphed out.
Yeah, I did
And
last time.
I can't
I'll do
tell
it
you
again.
how much time I have spent obsessing over it, plotting things out, calculating things on Google Earth, just like, what are all the possibilities? Like every possibility in the world. What could be going on here?
Right.
And nothing makes sense. Like there is, I mean, all the people that are out there like, well, this makes perfect sense for what the state claims, or this makes perfect sense for what happened. No, it's like choose your own adventure, and none of them are perfect.
Right. It's like we're basically asked to.
The trails have eyes.
Where is that? Oh, it's so weird that the trails have eyes. People weren't part of the search in the 13th round was playing with his exotic fish and Brad Weber cutting up sticks in his garage once he awoke from his evening nap. Yeah. This place is Ozark. This place is Twin Peaks. This place is Whoville. I don't know what else to say about it? Yellow Jacket really has fallen into a hole on that, you guys. You have no idea. Yeah. Well, so the other night I pulled up your chart. I'm gonna pull it up again in a second, like now. But I pulled up your chart and we're looking at it. And when I scrolled over to like horizontally, where you just kind of were like putting your own thoughts in there, you said, hold on, I'm gonna read it verbatim because it's too good. But when you were basically like, the state's asking us essentially to believe the following, like they covered this much ground in this much time, then he saw a van. Yeah. It's stupid, but it worked. They still pulled it off somehow. So
it would have been nice at trial to have, the thoughts that easily popped into my head, presented in a dumbed down way on a map, on a picture. What the state claimed was so beyond impossible. Yeah. Like there's not even any wiggle room. Like, well, maybe if this was a few minutes earlier and that was a few minutes, or like there is no way in hell it's even close. And the jury should have known that. And if the jury is sitting there saying to themselves, well, like maybe they're off a little bit about the crime flow, but he's probably still the killer. Like, no, you can't. You have to base your decision on the evidence presented and the facts claimed by the state, and then decide if there's reasonable doubt.
Right.
You can't just make excuses for Nick that, well, maybe he's just, wrong about these times, but.
Right. And you have to make your decision based on evidence, which is a different thing from just what the state says during trial, right? The state can say things at trial, but if they don't provide jurors any evidence to corroborate that, like I would argue that the jurors saw zero supporting evidence that Bridge Guy is Richard Allen. In fact, I would go so far as to say the jurors were basically shown like inverse evidence. They were shown more evidence to exclude that Bridge Guy as Rick than supporting that. So like but then Nick got up there and said, well, it almost like we all agree that Richard Allen is obviously Bridge Guy. And it's like,
right. Well, and then it's layered, because not just that, but also we all just agree, it's known that Bridge Guy is the voice on the video, and Bridge Guy is the killer. And I don't feel like that very simple fact was attacked enough.
No, I agree.
I mean, all the things that that everybody, I don't mean just me and you, I mean everybody in here, everybody on social media, everybody that is, kind of raising their hand and going, oh, I have questions about this and that. I don't feel like it was I didn't hear that it was addressed at trial, which is frustrating.
Yep.
For example, the Bridge Guy hieroglyphic that's, way off in the distance, and within however many seconds, it closes that distance close enough to be heard on the audio in the video.
Mm-hmm.
This split second, blurry, pixelated blob in the distance. Like, do we even know which way that person was walking? Did he even have a face before they intercalated it?
No. Well, that's one of the things that Hella, so DB, Hella in her live the other night played the video that DB made during trial with like the horse and like the beach ball. Remember, like basically showing like what interpolation is. And then Hella did it with the like the pixels and showed how they do it with like a still image too. And I can understand, and I think DB raised this point. He's like, maybe they originally used that technology, if you want to call it that, as like a mechanism to help their investigation. But like, that's one thing. Like you can, do whatever to help fill in your investigative blanks or like develop leads, but then like follow up on those leads and use evidence. Don't publicize to the world an interpolated monster Frankenspliced nonsense video and claim for 7 years that it's like, that's so dishonest.
Well, and then I catch myself in this little loop of, okay, well, if he's not the killer and he's just some guy out there, then, the obvious question people want to ask is, well, why don't they know who he is? Why didn't he just come forward? It's like, would you? Like, let's say 2 days after the murders, you turn on the news or open up the paper or whatever you're doing, and you see yourself being called the main suspect that police want to talk to, and they've fucked with your image to make it look like you're approaching the girls or walking towards them. And what if that just isn't what happened at all?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance it's not what happened.
Like, what if he didn't even have a face before they jacked with it? What if that was just like the back of his head, and they're like, we're gonna make a nose. We're gonna make a nose shape right here.
Well, that's essentially what they did. It's like
this is a face. In all the police interviews in the early days, everyone from Ives to Riley, everybody said, we don't know if the person seen in the image is the same person speaking.
I know.
And nothing changed between then and now. They still don't know that because they can't prove that. Like, nothing happened between then and now that made them proof positive that was the same person.
Except that they arrested someone and they needed that to be the case all of a sudden. Sleuthy says, the shoes, Courtney. You know what she means?
No.
Oh.
What shoes?
Oh, I just assumed because it's all caps, and you know how Sleuthy feels about it in all caps, so I just assumed.
Yeah, we need to find out what this means.
We need to follow up.
Sleuthy never does in all caps.
I know. Bernstein, yeah, okay. Precocent was asking who the
yes, that was it.
The what's his face? Public information guy is or whatever. Yeah. Nick's opening statement said this case is about 3 things. Bridge guy. There it is. Case closed. The one thing that we were certain was just circumstantial, not even circumstantial. We're like, oh yeah, but this is this is just stream of consciousness. But for how long were we seeing people online, certain people in particular, pushing this narrative of they don't have to prove that he killed the girls. They only have to prove that he's bridge guy and that he led the girls and that he was there because he put him for a year. And this is kind of how I understood what Brad said when asked, basically, why didn't you attack that more? And he said something along the lines of probably what you and I felt like. We didn't think we'd have to almost. And it's like, right. Okay, well, we probably should have, thought of all the possibilities. But you and I spent the better part of a year plus just pulling our hair out over this copy pasta, it's almost like this robotic kind of all they have to do is prove that he's good. And it's like, what?
That should have been the defense's greatest thing they paid attention to, because I think in the end, that's what won the jury over. I mean, they didn't question the idea that Bridge Guy was the killer. All of just the really low IQ, low level thinking justifications for why Rick has to be the killer over these past couple of years has focused on, well, he put himself there at the bridge wearing the same clothes. How in the fuck does that prove he killed somebody? That's not enough. That's not enough. And and I mean, it shows like the level of misunderstanding and like critical thinking that people have about this crime that was committed, just the psychology of the kind of person that would do this, how they would behave afterwards. He didn't go to police right after the crime and say, I was wearing a blue or black jacket and jeans. Like, he didn't say all that. He said that 7 years later.
Right.
So this
and they were asking
child killer, has 7 years. Yeah, 7 years to prepare for what he's going to say and how he's going to act and what he's going to do when the day comes that police circle back around to him. You would think like maybe step 1 would be don't fucking talk to them.
Right.
Step 2 would be lie about everything. I don't remember what I was wearing.
Lie.
I was probably wearing like a gray sweatshirt. I don't remember. Like,
and then get rid of all your sweatshirts.
Right. You would. I don't remember them to death.
Yeah.
That's
what the state does when they're lying.
How many people got on? Like, how many trail witnesses were there at trial? From McCain to Shelby to Cheyenne to almost every person that was on the trails that day that got called to trial. How much did they not remember? They kept having to refresh themselves with whatever they said in 2017. They couldn't remember what time they got there, where they parked, what was going on, who they saw, what they were doing at this time, what time they left. Like, they didn't just sit there and have the answers. Nobody fucking asked McCain what he was wearing either. Like, you sit there and
know what he was probably wearing.
Right. Why didn't anybody ask him? Do you remember what you're wearing? But why would somebody capable of just stabbing 2 children in the woods in the middle of the day that you don't even know? I mean, and getting away with it for 7 years. Why in the shit would he sit down with cops and say that he's wearing similar clothing? He was wearing similar clothing to the pictures seen around the world. Like, that's not what a killer does. They lie. You're muted.
Sorry.
You're muted.
Thank you. Say it now. Now we're going to, you have to say it for the delay. So you have to say it 17 more times. I love that. Okay.
Hold on. What did I just do?
Oh, God. Webcam Gate Part 2, 2025 edition.
What the fuck did I just do? Oh.
Michael just sent me a funny cartoon I'm going to share in a minute.
I think is my camera like touch screen? There's no like button to slide it on and off. I was trying to clean it.
You look great.
Okay, I'm gonna stop touching it.
I don't know. It's fancy touchscreen. You look great though. I said webcam gate number 2. I preferred webcam gate number 1. I don't even know how many people like are. Yeah, DB said she's not wearing the right clothing for webcam gate 1.0. I don't even know if there are like how many remaining survivors are there that even like knew us back with the unraveling, other than like the select. I think most of our cranks are like due process cranks, like Rick Allen trial and before cranks. Like, I don't know, maybe a couple like old school OG.
I think they're probably still here, right?
Yeah, I mean there are
new
but
cranks.
We definitely have new cranks, and I know that we've lost a couple just because of
lost a few along the way.
We've lost a few for many reasons, but certainly because just people have decided to prioritize their self-care and taking a break after
interesting
the trial, the conviction,
like?
which he's like, huh? Well, to be fair, you intended to take a YouTube diet.
I have. You're always like,
Yeah.
Come on. I'm like,
you're like,
I don't watch much anymore. I don't, for a little while. It's just sad, you know. It's just like when you know something's going to happen, but then you hope it doesn't, but then it does.
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we've actually got a lot of OG people. Actually, ASMR Tingled Pink is like one of my very first R&M peeps. Michael says, self-care, what a concept. Yeah, right. Exactly.
I'm so obsessed. I'm so obsessed with the new Tingly Instagram account I showed you. The
ASMR
the retro the retro QVC VHS ASMR.
Do you know why I like it? It's very dead mall vibes.
No, very dead mall vibes. So it's this woman who records. She does like all, you know, she does the ASMR stuff, but she records herself in a style that looks like an old VHS camera, and she puts on like these horrific 80s clothes, and you just see her from the neck down, and she acts like she's doing like a QVC commercial, and she has like this she'll have like just this old weird thing like this, like these chicken salt and pepper shakers, and she's just like tapping them and like showing them and acts like she's like selling them on QVC. I'm not explaining it good. It is.
You're not. I can tell you right now, you're not.
Good.
But it's awesome. Yeah. The only problem, I agree with Sleuthy. So like most ASMR, especially if it's like, I don't like the sound of
the mouth.
A lot of people,
like when it sounds like they're giving a sloppy blowjob.
Like the NPR like mouth noises.
No, that creeps me out a little bit.
Yeah. And I also have always had this like, I hate the sound of like whispering. Even I don't care what we're doing. Don't whisper. You know what I mean? Like I don't like it. And there was this one time I was dating this guy, and he loved It's Always Sunny, which is like whatever, fine. So like we're hanging out, and he put on an episode of It's Always Sunny. It was like one of the first times we hung out, and he put on the whisper episode where the gang is like they're like hiding in a house. The whole episode was whispering. I left. I was like, I just can't do it. I didn't even like, I just was like, I was like, I gotta go. I can't do it. JC says, I did not expect to hear sloppy blowjob.
Well, buckle in.
Buckle in. I found your channel by watching the Reckoning video. I had watched a documentary on Jesse Snider. I was looking for more info. It was great. Yes, we talked about Quirk. I don't think you were in here for the other night when we talked about this, but somebody was like, Ange, what's the origin story? Like, how did y'all find Jesse Snider? And I was like, actually, Yellow Jacket found it. We were trying to find cases for Dan Doolin, like that involved Dan Doolin. So really, Dan Doolin was the origin story, but it was like after.
And there was nothing. It was nothing in there. It was just he was named.
Mm-hmm.
He was named in a case that was basically just closed out, and there was no information on it. It was like Jesse Snider versus the world. And there was just no, like, there was no info that told you what this was about. And then I guess you probably found it on whatchamacallit, the
fuck if I know. Like Pacer, I think.
Yeah, Pacer. Yeah. Where you have to find like the federal, when you have to find like the federal court stuff.
And then
you started to get, and we're like, oh. And then we found out he was dead, and we just lost our minds.
I think I still have the messages where I was like, well, because we kept finding like the more case documents from his federal, suit.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Yeah. Oh, this is really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just search his name in like the Carroll County Comet and, regular news articles. And it's like homegrown terrorist, bomb making supplies. And like, that's still the headlines that are out there about it. And nobody ever covered the fact that it was dismissed. Like, there's just that info that's out there. It was never retracted. You never found out how it turned out, because it didn't turn out. It was dropped.
There's some folks I see are asking who Jesse Snider is. So we did a video called The Reckoning in Carroll County. It's on the channel. It's not a live. It's like one of like the few videos that I've put out. And it's about a veteran, a Carroll County man. He's dead. Yeah, he died in he died in 2014. So he's deceased. He was young. He died, I think he was in his 30s. But anyway, so this is a young man that lived in Carroll County. Iraq, I think he did a deployment to Iraq. Anyway, when he came back, he was living in Carroll County, and basically Doolin and a couple other DNR officers and the merry band of Carroll County names that we all know. I got like, I was getting tongue tied trying to explain who, like, anyway, so they basically violated this guy's constitutional rights, is like putting it very sterilely. He and his friends were literally just playing paintball one night in his pole barn in Flora, I think. It was 2007 that this happened. And this fucking vigilante DNR officer, Peckney, was just bored, I guess. I've not been able to find any known connection between Peckney and Snider or any like beef.
No, it's like the jet ski people.
Yeah, just doing it. Yeah, literally just bored and
doing a bully. Yeah,
doing a bully. And this DNR officer literally, his claim was that he heard small caliber rifle fire, which was not true. What he heard was the sound of a bunch of young men laughing and probably making noise and playing paintball on their own property in their pole barn.
As they recorded it.
They're recording it, right? There's evidence of that's what they were doing. But anyway, Peckney literally staked out, he like pulls into he's like surveilling them with binoculars for like an hour before he finally decides that he needs to call backup because he decided that they were illegally poaching deer. So,
right, with small caliber ammunition.
Right. Sure.
First of all, I think it wasn't Flora. I think it was like maybe Bringhurst or.
You're right.
It was in the middle of the country.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody caring about small caliber gunshots going off. Like you can hunt out there.
Well, DNR, they love. That's like
you're not hunting anything.
No.
With something that sounds like a paintball gun.
Well, first off, and I think Jesse says, I think I left in at the end a clip of him like talking to Corey, but he's basically like, honestly, if you can't tell the difference between small caliber rifle fire and paintball guns, you probably don't need to be out patrolling. Like, you probably don't need to be a DNR officer. Anyway, so Peckney calls for backup. They basically like they're like crouching, tiptoeing, armed, weapons drawn, like onto his property, and they like
it was a whole op. Yeah.
It was a whole fucking op. And so Jesse comes out of the barn, like the pole barn. I don't know if by happenstance or maybe they called, like summoned or knocked or something. And they pretty much immediately were treating them like terrorists. You know, they had everybody handcuffed, sitting down. They basically conducted multiple unlawful searches of his property, his barn, his house. And I think what probably happened in that case, which is basically what happens in all of these cases, they fucking overdo it. They cross the line, and then instead of pulling back and
they hit full send. They went full send.
Down. They go full send and they double down.
Full R.
So they literally went before a judge in Carroll County trying to get warrant to search his residence and all of the vehicles and the whole property. The judge was like, fuck no, you don't have probable cause for that. If you think that there's something in the barn like that you saw, like, okay, you can search the barn. But he literally crossed off on the warrant the officer gave him. He literally crossed off residents, vehicles, etc., and just left like pole barn. And so what the officers did is they took that warrant to another judge in another county and got that judge to sign it and then took it back. Mind you, they had already deemed I forget what it's like, basically an exigent circumstance, but it's like a special one where they think that there's bombs or like a threat to public safety or something. So they just unlawfully, without a warrant, without permission, Jesse is objecting and protesting the entire time. They just like searched his shit, all of his shit. And he was a veteran who had like, he liked guns. He was like a gun fanatic.
On God, no cap.
My God. Oh, is that what you said? Is that your boy mumbo cap? I didn't even hear what you said. I missed it. I'll have to go back and clip it.
I said, on God, no cap.
Oh my
It's
God.
just the things I hear.
Courtney keeps us young, and Courtney keeps us abreast of the what the young people, the Gen Zs, are saying. I'm trying to find this.
I steal some of it. I steal some of it because I like it. One of my favorite teenager slang things is mid. Like when I'm asking my son about something, like it could be anything, food, a movie, a game, like anything. Like, how was it? Mid.
It's like it's so dismissive. It's like the perfect word for what it means, you know?
Mid.
Doesn't even get a full, it's not even deserving of like a full word. It's just mid. Lord. Anyway, Jesse was arrested, charged with a bunch of felonies. His bond was over $100,000. Ruined his life. He lost his job because Dan Doolin took it upon himself to basically go on a full fucking delusional, psychotic vigilante mission to like find evidence that Jesse Snider, a U.S. veteran with no criminal history,
postal worker,
and a U.S. postal worker, he was on a mission to prove that he was a terrorist and that he harbored anti-American sentiments.
Dude, that was
think of it. That's very white supremacist. That's like
that was the
nastiest.
That was the nastiest thing they did. I mean,
oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have certainly at times felt very frustrated, like what it feels like when something that's not your character at all, you get called that or made to be that, and it's something like you're very passionately not. You don't think, you don't feel, it's not your identity. You actually acknowledge it exists out there in the world and you despise it and you're not that. And then when somebody kind of like assigns that to you, it feels so frustrating.
Oh yeah.
I would imagine for somebody who's like dedicated their life to their country, who works for the government, who put his life on the line to go to foreign countries for the government and for the people here, to be literally called a homegrown terrorist who harbors anti-American
sentiments,
ideology, sentiment. Like, what is the point of saying, like, that's not true?
Well,
why would you even say that?
It's like saying that, well, how many things did we hear about Rick that were based on nothing, but they needed that extra prejudicial bullshit nonsense because they didn't have the goods and they fucked up.
He's a drunk. He's a drunk.
Yeah.
He's
essayed his, he's molested his family. And it's like the worst things you could possibly imagine to label somebody like that.
Because you need him to be a monster. Like you just and Doolin said that stuff about him after the charges were dropped, I think. Or was it right before?
Yes. No, it was after.
It was when he was trying to make sure he couldn't get his job back.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that Doolin initiated that whole or whatever you want to call it, investigation. He basically did an unlawful search of his. He wrote the letter, but he also went to Jesse's work and did an unlawful warrantless search of his locker because he just.
Oh, that's right. That's what it
was.
All
of it just totally
at the USPS,
outrageous. Yes, but I think that the charges were dropped and then he continued, and then eventually what happened was Jesse got a letter saying like, even because they have a right, even if the charges are dropped, they can still fire you. It doesn't mean that there has to be any finding you did anything wrong, just being charged with something. And had the charges just been dropped, had Doolin not gone to the post office and provided all of these lies about Jesse being a homegrown terrorist. By the way, do you know the reason that they determined that he was a homegrown terrorist? Because they claim that they found books or literature in his home that were like critical of the U.S. government or something. And think about it. An entire generation of young men, you and I probably went to, or at least, I don't know if you did. I went to, a lot of them I went to high school with, they get like, or middle school. Okay, I was a little bit too young. So they get shipped off to the Middle East after, I mean, it was like unprecedented. No one had ever lived through anything like that before. And so you've got this.
First of all, how did Dan Doolin know what those books were about? Second of all, like, just because you're reading something doesn't mean that's your ideology. Like, if I have a book in my home right now about Nazis, am I a Nazi?
No.
If I have a book, you know what book my computer is sitting on right now? It's sitting on Dr. Bricato's book. There is the sickest, there's the sickest, most twisted, disturbing shit in this book. Does that mean that book is sick? I like it? Does that mean like I'm interested in like knowing about, like, no, I read like a chapter at a time and then I have to put it down and like go pet my cat for a while. But
I've been milking that one for a while. Yeah, that's a hard one to get.
But it's interesting. It's interesting.
This is the point I think that is most important. Like, this is what Carroll County does. They've done it. Or I don't know if it's Carroll County. It's just like a trend that we see. Low Light says there is nothing more American than telling the government to fuck off, and that's kind of the point I was trying to make. They took these.
Hell yeah, brother!
Know what they were? Who the fuck knows what they were? They're probably like, maybe they're vintage, like poster, like propaganda, like old vintage propaganda posters. Like, who the fuck knows? People are allowed to have interests. People are allowed to not like their government. That doesn't make you a homegrown terrorist. And I would argue that criticizing your government is literally part of, like, it's woven into the fucking fabric of what our country is supposed to be all about in the first place. Like, but as we've seen in this case, even doing what you and I are doing right now, personally, I know I've been labeled a literal terrorist. I haven't just been labeled a terrorist.
Have I? Will somebody call me that? Have I ever been called that?
I call you that all the time, but I don't know if anyone in Indiana has called you that. I'm sure. Oh, yes, I'm sure that you have.
Thank you.
And Sleuthy's like, Doug Carter said, if you don't like it, you can leave. Like, that's actually the opposite of what.
I've been called a slut and a bitch and a dumbass.
But also by me, but lovingly, but the internet has not been
also
kind.
Mostly by you.
Mostly by me. A night walker. Remember, I didn't know what that word meant, and I like pinned it, and then I realized that it was that he was calling a night walker as a whore, a lady of the night, a street walker.
Street walkers don't exist anymore. Give me a break. They're all on Craigslist.
Sleuthy says,
I got a back page ad, man. I'm not on the streets. Get real.
Courtney's back page is defunct for like 10 years.
I know. I actually do know that. It's just, I'm a retro hooker, okay?
She is literally, that's why we like Dead Mall and the vintage ASMR lady.
Female sex walker. Kill me.
Because says, LOL, they're not on Craigslist, girl. Is Craigslist still a thing? Oh my god.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm sure it is. JC the Music Man likes the retro hooker label. Okay, ready? Sleuthy says, think about this. Sleuthy, I think I sent, you can come up if you can or want. Sleuthy, I sent you the link earlier, I think. Did I put it in the... We got a 4-part episode with Nick didn't get that, Jerry didn't get that, Dougie didn't get that. We're practically. I was thinking earlier about imagine if we lived in a world that was fair, where like if you personally, you know, if you enrich yourself off of the private messages of other people that you obtained illicitly, and you enrich yourself off of those, I think that residuals are in order. If the episodes are not going to get pulled, then I at least think that the funny messages, what?
They go on that. Yeah, I was about to go into that.
No, that's all. I just think nothing else.
I'm pissed that the funniest things we said got left out.
Didn't get published. At least publish the funny shit.
I was so mad whenever we downloaded all that. I was like, look at this whole stream of consciousness from me right here. That is top-notch comedy.
I know. Whatever, man. But that's why they didn't. That's
like
why
they said, they're like,
she
said she wanted to cunt punch someone. And I'm like, and you left out the part about doing it in a flannel shirt. That's the funniest part.
There was context. Oh God,
there was context. You left out the flannel shirt part. That's funny.
The whole thing, just you saying cunt punch is funny. Also, it is just
imagine taking that as a real threat.
Right.
Why would I threaten to cunt punch you as a real physical threat? In a flannel shirt.
I do think I will say I like I think one of the key differences between the due process leaning folks and the state leaning folks, if that's even a fair kind of dividing line, is that at the very least, like, we take more L's across the board. Like, we are constantly taking L's on this side. I don't even remember the last time we had a win on this side.
Day. Never.
We are literally all about taking L's, right? However,
it's just pain
we have a
all
sense
the
of
time.
humor. At least we have a sense of humor.
We're so funny.
At least we're
all
funny.
of y'all, all these people in here,
I
hilarious.
know, and nice to each other, and actually relatively nice to other people, even when we get like snarky and clap. Like, it's usually about, I don't really ever see personal, like, I can't remember the last time I saw a crank get like nasty towards somebody. It's always just funny.
No, even when we're actually mean to somebody, like on Twitter, and we like do a clap back. It's hilarious.
We'll be like, okay,
okay, haircut.
Okay, haircut. And to get to that point, by the way, they're asking for it. So,
oh yeah,
whatever, man.
You remember that time you were fighting with some guy for a while, and you finally just ended the conversation with just a close up of his profile pic?
Oh my God, yes. I was about to be like, at least we don't do like personal appearance digs. We don't make fun of their physical appearance. And then now I'm like, actually, that's not true, because at one point this motherfucker made me so mad. I literally just zoomed in on his profile picture and just sent it back to him. Because I'm like, dude, come on.
The one you called it, I think was that the one you called dork bacon sandwich?
Oh my God, it might have been him. It might have been the same guy. Well, because he was going after that reporter in Oklahoma that we found that we really liked. She was reporting on that awful case with all of the kids.
Her. She's so good.
I know.
She's a really good one.
She is really good. And he was like giving her a hard time. And so I started like giving him a hard time. And he's like, she's not gonna fuck you, George. And I was like, first of all, you don't know that. Second of all, like, shouldn't you be scaling the side of the Capitol building or something? Like, why are you here?
That is my favorite George. The funny thing is that people assume you're a guy because of George.
Well, yeah.
And so they try to fuck with you like they would another dude. And then you just come back with the most brutally ridiculous insults.
I know. Well, but what's interesting about that is that because they assume that I'm a dude, I will say I get the abuse in the replies to George are way like less. They're like not anywhere near as bad as the shit that we get day to day as two women. I'm just gonna like, they'll argue with George, but then sometimes they'll be like, "Oh," or they'll be like, "Hey man, whatever, agree to disagree," and like shake hands and walk away. I'm like, I don't remember the last time that me or you got that kind of treatment after an argument on the internet. They're usually like, "Fuck you, fuck your family, hope you die in a fiery crash. By the way, I'm tracking your IP address and I'll be there in 6 hours to fucking murder you." It's like, oh, okay. Because I disagreed with your take on, nuclear energy. Like, okay, that's fair. It's crazy. Oh, I came for Sleuthy and George. No, so Sleuthy, Bob. No, I had another one that. Who were like the Sleuthy, Bob. Well, actually, I've done a whole 180 though, because I think I actually had to block Coffindaffer, honestly. Which I didn't even do it because she did anything to me. I just like got really tired of seeing videos of like children. Yeah, we've talked about this before. We're doing reruns. We don't need to do reruns. Like, she posts the most graphic stuff. Like, why are you posting videos of
sometimes? Yeah, for sure.
Beating the shit out of their kid. Like, you can all, believe it or not, you can report on crime without making us watch the crime happen.
God, Twitter is. I mean, I never know what I'm going to see when I open it up. Like, there is some bad shit on there.
Yeah, my brain was being poisoned by a fucking little marsupial. So I'm a little marsupial terrorist, was poisoning our minds at the time. So fucking A. I got in trouble for calling someone a jackboo.
I just told DB to put something up.
Oh geez, where? He's not in here, Quirk. Oh, you want me to? I'll put it up.
I'll put it.
Yeah, I'll put it up right now. I got you. And then we should talk about Ron Logan, because I have a couple interview questions I'm going to ask you, because I don't think that you've been on a live with me in a minute where we've talked about. Oh, there he is. Oh my gosh. Hey, Chad Rosie.
With a question mark.
Sorry, I heard you demand me do something, and I just wanted to get right on it, ma'am. Thank you.
He is at your service, ma'am. Can you ask him again?
You want to ask me?
Oh, you put it in Discord.
Oh my God. Why is he talking like that?
I don't know. What the fuck is this?
I'm going to slip off my chair.
Oh, that's my. Well, DB, you wouldn't know because you weren't watching. So,
DB,
it was our map. Quirk.
I was about to go on a treasure hunt. I thought for a second there.
What are you looking for?
Why don't you do that?
I'm putting your thing up here, ma'am.
Oh, this is my favorite George tweet ever.
Oh, it's so small. Can y'all see it? Okay, let's see. So this person was basically. I wasn't even defending this. This reporter, trust me, did not need my defending, by the way. She was fine. She could handle it. But I wanted to chime in and basically give this guy a hard time because he was being unreasonable and ridiculous. And so his response to me is, "She's never going to fuck you, George." And I said, "You may be right. You're still fried up." What does that say? Dork bacon on a hot woman's breakfast sandwich. There's probably tweets prior to this that give that more context. Not really. You should read the rest of each thread of the discussions. In any event, the simp thing is cringe. Me, George, simping for the reporter. I was, but like, how was that cringe? Anyway, what was it like scaling this? What was it like the side of the Capitol building? He didn't respond. I don't know why. When was this? When the fuck was that? Oh, you know why, Quark? That was a lull. That was when we were all the way on our BTK bullshit. That was around the time we were just we were like desperately seeking dopamine at this time of year, like in May 2023 in the summer.
Oh, so we were just getting off on.
We were just
Rawson's.
like, yeah. we were doing it, like we were on the, well, because, and also they were like, that was the time when they were like trying to connect BTK to another murder. And
we were getting off on Carrie Rawson histrionic tweets. Yeah.
Right, pretty much. And just losing our minds over that case. And then that didn't last long because like literally, I don't know how to take, oh, here we go. I can take it. Thank you, Deeves, for the assistance. Yeah, we were like all into that. And then something occurred. Oh yeah, the attorneys got the leak. The leak happened and we stopped caring about BTK. So that was fun.
Gay. I have never seen such a big deal made about leaked crime scene photos. Like,
if it's all the same court, I fucking can't. I
can't. Like, it's just,
I can't believe we're still.
I can't believe people are still talking about it. And like, that's their mic drop moment. Poor Michael went on with whatever channel he was on the other night. I haven't watched. I just saw a clip on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that was whoever the girl was talking. Like, that was her. Like, that was her mic drop. Like,
Marv.
You like these people who don't care about crime scene photos. Shut the fuck up.
I don't. I really don't. Courtney.
Just shut the fuck up.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm. You're apparently not allowed to say the thing that a lot of people feel, which is, of all of the shit that has come out in this case, the crime scene photos wouldn't even crack my top 25 of the things that disturbed me the most. And not to say the crime, the murders, the scene itself, because of course that is the most disturbing thing, the murders. But when it comes to like the disturbing evidence or the conduct or the things that have unfolded, here's my question. And this is actually a good faith question. I'm actually asking this. I would like to understand the logic behind, or kind of like help me sort this out in my brain. So the leak, right? And I do believe Andy and Brad in there. Like, I really imagine it was probably something that happened and it was not instigated necessarily by the state, but it was 100% exacerbated and made worse and exaggerated. And then they just continued to fucking benefit from it and make it a monster. But
and virtue signal about it.
I fail to understand how this leak occurring in October of some crime scene photos, occurring at the time the trial was presumably going to start in 70 to, not long, like 2, 3, 4 months. We were going to have a trial at the time. So they thought. So the photos would have been shown to the families at trial. We know this because that was if not the biggest, most like labor intensive, exhibit intensive part of the state's case was crime scene photo day. They showed over 100. They put them up on the projector. And then they showed them again in closing. Now, I'm not trying to say that that's not really disturbing and traumatic for the families. However, this is where I can't really make, like, my synapses aren't synapsing here. The family is experiencing now, per their own words and per the words of the state, this generational trauma as a result of the leak and seeing the crime scene photos, right?
Shut the fuck up.
So fine, that's a fine argument to make. However, the state was going to present those photos and more to the public. Okay, to the public on the projector and far worse photos, hundreds of them, in fact, on the projector for the family in a fucking month or 3 anyway. So for them to claim that because the family had to see the crime scene photos, their generational trauma. If I'm to believe that this is such an egregious, unforgivable, like trauma-inducing, forever irreparably damaging, offense or occurrence, it it doesn't make sense to me that the families would sit through crime scene photo day.
Right. Because it doesn't have anything to do with them seeing them. It's not about them seeing it's about me and you seeing them. Has traumatized them for generations.
The public, it's a public trial is my point. Like, those photos would be public via leak or a courtroom anyway, right? And I'm not saying that leaks are okay. I'm not saying that it's not traumatic, because I do believe that stumbling upon, a crime scene photo when you're not unexpected, unprepared, and then the entire public,
which did not happen, by the way.
Well, we don't know what happened, because apparently the family told Nick about the leak. Becky Patty's the one that told Nick about the leak.
Right.
So,
and they were not on the internet. They were not on a public website.
Right.
In fact, that didn't happen until a year later after trial.
Right. They had already been made public. And just because Gull is got this stranglehold on the photos, or not the photos, I mean, all the evidence, right? It's a gaslight. It's a gaslight, but there's teeth behind it. She's a judge. She can do what she wants until somebody makes her, hand him over. But I don't think that it's cool that it happened. I don't think it's cool that the families had to have their girls' memories and their girls kind of like further victimized in that way.
Absolutely, 100%.
But be consistent. Be consistent, because Nick McClelland didn't even bother filing a motion for the show the jury. If you don't think that the public needs, if you don't want to, just show the jury. Then they're the only ones that matter according to y'all. You're sitting there for how many fucking bullshit interviews have we had to sit through since trial, where the state's like the jury.
They've done that in other cases. They've done that in other
that's
cases.
Normal. It's normal.
Like, they only show the jury. The
Especially
gallery
with
doesn't need to
children.
see all that.
In homicides of children, it is totally standard and fine and normal and probably common for those photos to be sealed and only shown to the jury. So and also I take issue with them kind of like colonizing generational trauma. Actually, how about this? Ron Logan says in the interview we listened to earlier, he's like, I'm not aware of any other homicide in Carroll County or in Delphi, certainly not a double homicide. I'm going to fact check that. There was a double homicide that occurred in Carroll County, and it was actually Becky Patty's grandmother and grandfather were murdered by her cousin. That's generational trauma. If they want to talk about generational trauma, okay, well, there's that would be an example probably, okay, of generational trauma, if you're going to throw that word around. Having to experience and be victimized by a inadvertent, contained leak of evidence in a case that's literally about to go to trial, it's disingenuous. Okay,
It
it's
really
disingenuous.
is.
It's
virtue
disingenuous.
signaling. Yeah.
And you're so disgusted with the defense. We said we weren't going to talk about it. Look at us sitting here fucking yapping. You're so disgusted by the fact that the defense attorneys, even though your fucking prosecutor couldn't prove that the defense had anything to do with it, despite the fact that he had access to an iCloud account and privileged conversations and work product and everything else he could have possibly wanted, he still couldn't prove the thing that didn't happen about how the defense leaked the photos, because they didn't. The judge had no choice but to say there's no finding, okay, period. And the criminal case against the dude that they tried to charge for doing it in the first place, they didn't even have enough to charge him, and they dismissed his charges. So that didn't happen. But let's say that you are still angry at the defense for leaking the photos in your mind's eye. Why are you not 2 weeks after this leak? Why are you, Grandma, in a 5 or 6 person intimate group chat with leaker number 1, state actor number 2, Dutch Nazi number 3? What are we doing? You're so angry at the defense attorneys for leaking. Meanwhile, the actual leakers who mass disseminated these to the internet, you're like mucking it up with them in a chat?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting, because now I have to question, how did Becky Patty get, who sent it to her? How do we know that she didn't fucking like know. What do you mean? The prosecutor didn't even know about it.
Why are you in a group chat with YouTubers pre-trial while your family is under a gag order?
They live
Weird.
by that. They live by that gag order.
They live by that
They
bullshit.
live by that gag order.
They live by these nuts.
Live by these nuts.
Live by these nuts.
Courtney, what do you think Ron Logan has to do with the murders of Abby and Libby?
Maybe everything, maybe nothing.
Okay. Fair.
I mean, before an arrest, I definitely thought he was the best suspect out there. I thought there was a mountain of crap that, questions that needed an answer. Mostly why didn't they charge him? If they had all this and it was just kind of justified that, I had it in my head. I explained it away as, he was absolutely never cleared, but they also probably didn't feel like they had anything to charge him with. Lack of evidence is not lack of guilt. That goes for Ron, that goes for Rick, that goes for anybody that's been investigated. Just because you did your due diligence, for the one person out of 100 you should have done it on and executed a search warrant and didn't find anything you were looking for to be able to charge him with the crime. Lack of evidence is not lack of guilt. That is not proof of innocence. We all know that. So it was just kind of like, maybe they didn't have enough to charge him, but I always felt like, based on what's available to the public and everything we know to date, he was the best suspect for a multitude of reasons. As the past couple of years have played out and we have seen and learned so much more about other people, and then just the complete, incompetence is not even the right word. A year ago, I probably would have used the word incompetence. Now I would just call it absolutely negligence. Just the sheer quantity of good, solid leads and tips and work from other cops and other investigators that were asked to take time out of their normal jobs to participate in helping this investigation out. And they would bring things to the table. People from the public would bring things to the table, and they would just be absolutely ignored and then closed out years later because, I don't know, we never got any more tips on this guy, or too much time has passed, so we're going to close this out. You close leads out. No. They didn't investigate anybody. They didn't investigate the family. And I'm not pointing the finger at the families. I'm just saying you always start there with child murders. Yeah. That is if I turn up dead, my husband's going to go through the ringer. He better go through the ringer. It's like,
I'm going to do it. Personally.
Yeah.
Make sure of it. So.
That's where you look. That's where you look until there is nothing else left to look at.
Say, sir, I'm going to be,
I have questions.
What did Bob say to Dee that one time? I'm going to ride you like an old mule, sir, until we get to the bottom of this. I will personally see to it. DB says, you hear that, guys? I will go through the ringer. Adorable. When will they build a temple of runes at the ball fields? Good question. Great question. I'm gonna ride you. That's it. I'm gonna ride you like a rented mule. That's it. Most people are murdered by someone that they know. Oh, I know what I want to do, Courtney. I have an article that I was gonna just send it to you, but I want you to read it. We're gonna read it right now in real time. Okay. I want your reaction to it. You've probably already read it.
I'm gonna go potty. Get it pulled up.
Go potty. I'm gonna get it pulled up. I think I tweeted it too the other day. Of course I did. I have really poor impulse control. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, this is a great thing to show on Alive, or this is a great topic to unveil during Live. No. I always just DP. Yeah. I only saw mainstream reporting on Delphi until the Franks memo. Zero journalists asked about the drug connection. Zero. How? There's a lot of things that watching this spikes my blood pressure so much. What are you watching, Meow? Oh, like Us? Fuck these guys so much. I could agree with that. This is also, thank you, Rambo Bambo, for making this point, because it's a great one. So the state tried to do a FBI behavioral analysis unit, except none of them know shit about anything worth a shit. So they're just freestyling and getting everything wrong. But the state's theory, one of the most important parts of that theory was that the sticks were not placed on the girls in a symbolic way, but rather that was an act of undoing. Now, undoing is a term that is used primarily in like forensic psychology, and like I think the FBI maybe even coined it or whatever. But basically, undoing it is what it sounds like. It is the act of undoing the crime psychologically, emotionally. It's something that the killer does, where mostly they see it in cases where somebody is murdered by somebody that they know well, or the victim is someone who reminds the killer of someone they know well, but there is this kind of intimate connection,
like when a baby is thrown away in a dumpster and they wrap it in a blanket or something,
right? Or like a murder victim who's killed by like an ex or a husband or a family member, and then they like cover them with a blanket, right?
Yes.
Or
like covered with a blanket is classic, like a comforting.
Right.
I don't want to see what I don't want to see what I've done anymore.
It's a way to like undo, basically, or like separate the killer. They're separating themselves from, if not from like the victim, the crime itself, like from the brutality and like awfulness. And people use the word remorse when they talk about undoing, and it's not really remorse. It's more like shame, maybe a little bit. And, regret, maybe, like you want to distance yourself from it. But the thing about undoing that makes the state's use of it fucking idiotic is that almost across the board, it's when a family member or intimate partner or someone close to the victim kills them.
Yeah.
So for them to say that their suspect, their defendant, Rick Allen, who they've already said there's no connection to the girls. They didn't even try to argue that like he had a daughter. Like they didn't even make the arguments where you could.
The person who killed them is the kind of person to kill two children, two teenagers you don't know, in the woods in the middle of the day with a knife. I'm obsessed with knife murders. It's like a whole different psychology. I have this fun like party conversation I always use, where I just like ask people, like, in social settings, if you had to kill somebody, what would be the worst way to do it?
Right.
They always say knife, like, because it's so. There's a lot of sensory involvement. I mean, it's close. Yes, it's very intimate. It's close, but it's gory. There's a lot of sound. There's a lot of feeling. It's a very primal experience, I would assume. I'm just assuming, guys. I've never stabbed anyone. Let the record show I've never stabbed anyone. But in my mind, it just seems like there's it's not like pointing a gun.
girl, what the fuck?
Hey, quick question. What the fuck?
Hey, girl, what the fuck? Whew. But no, totally with you.
It's not like shooting someone or. I mean, second to that would be honestly like strangulation, like manual strangulation. It's not like the movies where it just takes a minute, you know, like you don't just choke somebody for 10 seconds. I mean, if that were the case, you know, everybody who does jiu-jitsu and MMA, you know, would be dead after they got choked out.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to kill somebody by cutting off their airflow. But
yeah,
it's not gory. There's not blood. There's not the sounds, the sensations, the feelings. It's so close. So, I mean, knife murders are just like, they always like pique my interest. And I'm like, whoa, because like just the mentality of like what it takes for somebody to do that.
And it's usually a, like a, not, I don't think blitz is the right word. There's usually, in a lot of those cases, more than one like stab wound, right? So it's like whatever it takes for a person to do that once, and then to
and then even in the vast majority of the cases that do happen that way, it's usually like a crime of passion or a crime of impulse.
Right.
You know, it's like in the home, and you just like grab the first thing that's close to you and like go after the person. Like it's an impulsive action. It's not like a premeditated, this is how I'm choosing to kill somebody. Like that's a very, very different, dark, low percentile rate of occurrences. So to think that somebody who wanted to do that, who fantasized about that and planned that out and carried that out, feels some sort of remorse or wants to separate themselves from it by putting 4 sticks on them as an undoing. Shut the fuck up. Stop it. Stop it.
It's just another inconsistency.
The person who did this got off on it. They loved every second of it. They thought about it all the time afterwards. Like they did not feel, it's not the kind of person that goes into solitary confinement for a couple of months and completely cracks. It's not that person. That's not what they do.
Well, by the state's own, again, like the state's own theory is that Rick Allen, the killer, was he's so like, I don't even know how to say, like he went on living his life as if nothing happened for 6 years. Okay, but that's not consistent with the next argument you make, which is undoing.
And it's not consistent with him being a cold-hearted psychopath monster.
Right. Well, like so him, they're going back and forth. Like they just,
yes.
I think
he started confessing because he felt so guilty. The instant he was arrested and knew he was caught, he just couldn't deal with what he had done. He had to confess. He just completely cracked under the pressure. No, those things are not consistent with a psychopath monster. Like, do you know what a psychopath actually is when you throw that word around? Like,
I mean, I can tell you right now, they don't.
No, I know you know they don't.
Yeah.
I mean, this person is not capable of feeling anything that you and I feel.
Yeah.
So either the person who did this was in fact a complete psychopath, or this was a person close to the victims who did things and staged the crime scene in all kinds of crazy, fucked up ways so that eyes would never be on them.
Right.
Which in itself is a little bit psychopathic, to be honest with you.
It's very psychopathic, yeah.
Because the person who did all of this at the crime scene spent time with those dead bodies. Let's just like say what it is. Like they spent time there with dead, bloody teenager bodies. And that's fucking gross and weird and scary. Like there's actual serial killers out there who get away from the victims as fast as they fucking can.
Mm-hmm.
Because like after they've done that, they're like, ah, what out of here? Like they don't hang around with the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of
Yeah.
them. Some of them.
And this is another good point is that like they scoured Rick's everything. They talked to his former bosses and they talked to his family and they talked to the internet and they went through his all of his devices ever, and they went through his family computer search history, and they went through like everything. And think about this, y'all, for a second. Think about just in the past week, every single thing that you've searched on the internet, every single thing that you've looked at on Pornhub, everything, your porn preferences, your search preferences, the research you're interested. You're having a conversation with Courtney and I are talking about how, you know, we have a question about knife murders and we want to look it up. And so we Google knife murders. Like these are just things that we in a
like
week.
mine in the past week. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Like anything, like he was searching for he was trying to find the name of a movie. Or he was trying to find a scary movie, most fucked up thing on Netflix, or like something like that is child's play.
Netflix. You realize there are other streaming services where you can get like dark. Yeah. Like Netflix doesn't even have sick.
Yeah, this
shit
is
on
a guy.
it.
This is a guy who's on the dark web, right?
Exactly.
This is like a dark web connoisseur. The one who's like searching for scary, like sick movies on Netflix.
Now, don't you think that if the state had found a single piece of evidence, even of like, and DB makes a good, where was it? DB said, well, now I can't find it. He said, cops will make any porn look weird. I totally agree with this. Like they will take something totally innocuous, irrelevant, and unimportant, and actually probably just like typical, and they will frame it in a way where it's incriminating and prejudicial. However, they couldn't even do that to Rick because there's no evidence that he looked at any
porn. Like no porn.
No porn. You know what I mean? Like it's just like crazy that
where's your porn?
This is their monster, Courtney. This is the monster that we've all been promised for 7 years. We were promised a monster, and they arrested one of the only truly innocent men in Carroll County. I mean that like the only men in Carroll County probably.
Yeah. Somebody who doesn't even have porn in his search history.
This man loves his mother and his wife so much so that it almost killed him. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. And that's the guy that you chose. You clearly did not do enough research before you arrested this man. We know that's the case. But I don't think they realized just how hard it was going to be. Even when they employed all of their usual fucking tricks, they're like, we can do it. We can make anybody. I know he's guilty. We just have to prove it. So we can make anybody look like a fucking monster.
Yeah.
No, they couldn't. They had to
you arrested a 5'4" family man with no criminal history who doesn't look at porn.
Period.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Great. You guys are just. You know that meme.
You had your choice. You had a never-ending assortment of people you could have tried to do this to.
Mm-hmm.
But you needed one who said, I was there that day.
And this
because
is someone who literally
you can't be arsed to place them there.
You can't be arsed.
You can't take a case to trial under the assumption that the person who was really there and killed them would lie about that.
Right.
You need somebody who comes to you and says, I was there that day.
Yep.
What?
They use his Google account info and history, not even his browser history. It logs what they click on. The state tried to make that look like he searched it. Yeah. So, and by the way, the only thing they had that they tried to use against him, those searches, like they couldn't, the reason that I really do feel like her hands were tied because it was so objectively not admissible because it was a shared computer. Like they couldn't prove who made those searches in a million years. That wouldn't have
But there wasn't even anything bad on it. Like that would be an okay argument if there was something bad on there. Like if there was like torture porn and whatever the fuck y'all are into. I don't know.
I don't know, dude. I don't think so. It would have to be something relevant and specific to the murders, in my opinion. Even like, no, because some people like torture
Cleaning up a
porn.
crime scene. Like look
You know what I'm saying?
look at Lisk's search history and like
Exactly.
stuff that was on
That's
his computer.
There you go.
Jesus.
That's exactly right. And if I really wanted to be obnoxious, I could argue that they took some liberties even in that case when it comes to the Google searches. But the fact that he's Googling, like, I mean, yeah, in compounded with everything else, like that's the kind of shit that you'd expect to see from somebody who could sadist, you know, at the very least, callously murder 2 young girls and then go on living like nothing happened for 6 years. It's pretty monstrous, you know. I don't even like to use that word though, because
on the flip side, I'm also frustrated that there isn't like while it's just stupid and frustrating that there's nothing incriminating that they could find, you know, in any kind of digital capacity. I'm equally frustrated that there's nothing exculpatory that can still be found that exists for him. And I'm like equally frustrated about those things. Like I want to know if anybody ever took his Google zip drive, like the zip drive they got from his Google accounts. He had an Android. He's an Android guy. He was logged into his phone with his Google account in 2017, where they tracked your every movement. Like, did anybody do the location parsing on that? In 2017, if you had an Android, Google always knew where your ass was.
Yeah.
Did anybody like dig into those databases or like run the special programs they have to do to like get the full location history? Not just apps that were running in real time that might know where you are, but like the real detailed shit. Like it's got to be out there. Why haven't we gotten this stuff from his vehicle that he still has? What's it called? Like not OnStar, but there's Ford has I'm drawing a blank on what it's called. Like the Ford vehicles in 2017, and
like OnStar, whatever the fuck.
Like OnStar, but it's like the black box on your car.
Mm-hmm.
Like the infotainment system, like tracks everything, like your GPS, your navigation, even when you're not using it, it knows where you are. I know in, I guess it was the Murdaugh case again. It was a pain in the dick that they got off of his Suburban or his Tahoe, whatever he had. It took them a long time to get it and sort through it, but they could put together like an entire timeline, like the shit they put together of like a whole story and a pattern of life from his phone, from all the different databases on his phone, and then his like coupled with his car, like how fast he was going, what road he was on. He wasn't plugging it into his navigation that he was going from like one end of his property to the other. His car just knew. Like the shit is there. It's out there somewhere. And while I'm so frustrated that the state couldn't turn up anything on him to place him somewhere, to show where he was, I'm equally frustrated that nothing is out there showing where he wasn't.
Well, may I expand on that?
Go ahead.
I agree. I agree. I think that when it comes to like, why didn't the state, like, so we would be like, why didn't the state put any evidence on about his cell phone data? Like, where was he? What was he? Blah, blah, blah. Why didn't the state include any of that? You know, they had it. But then the alternative side is like, well, why didn't the defense just use that to prove that he wasn't there? So I just kind of am of the, like, my autopilot, because of just like the burden of proof and everything, is that if the state doesn't put it on, then the defense, why would they, you know what I mean? So like, I'm more wondering why the state didn't prove that Rick was there, or explain why they couldn't prove that Rick was
Yes.
there.
Yes.
One or the other.
Why didn't you tell us that?
Right. Why are you
what did you try to do? They acted like, well, he got rid of his phone. It's the only phone he got rid of, as if they know that. So they just kind of alluded to him getting rid of the phone, and then just kind of put it out there into the ether that's why they don't have any information about what he was doing at that moment in time. That's not how that works.
Right.
You don't need your physical phone to know a wealth of information about what the fuck you were doing on a certain day in the past.
Yeah, and there's this like, oh, I think I just figured out what it is. So the state basically got up there and for a month plus treated the jury the same way essentially that they've treated the public for the last 7 years, which is they did a gaslight, they did a mansplain, they did a patronize, they did a lie, they did a hide, they did an obfuscate, and they just basically fed them
the bullshit that we ate up for all these years. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And said, and then showed them 150 photos of murdered girls while their entire family sat in the courtroom and
told them a story about how they were heroes.
And there's no one else.
And,
there's no one else that could have done
videoed
it.
Videoed their killer, and hid the phone under their body as they were dying. Gross. Just gross.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the idea, so like devil's advocate, I've said this before. I've said it to you. If I'm on a jury and like, let's say I'm going into this case legitimately, I'm asked to be on a jury about a case I really don't know anything about.
Right.
And I'm sitting there and I know that this defense team that's up there literally got access to 7 years of discovery. Every single thing the state knows, the defense should have in their possession.
Right.
All the investigative notes, all the interviews they've done with other people, information about any other suspects they've had for 7 years. And if I'm on a jury and I'm thinking the defense got to look at all of that, and they couldn't come up here and give me a single alternate person that could have done this. Not a single one. Because if you watch crime shows, if you watch TV, if you watch movies, it's become expected that when you're watching like a TV court case, they're going to point the finger at somebody else. They're going to tell you what did happen. If their client didn't do it, they're going to tell you who did. And that's just, I would think it. I would wonder it. And when you don't have anybody else to consider, not even consider, you don't have anybody else to point the blame at. And trust me, the defense had a fine selection between Ron Logan and the white supremacists and everybody else. They had a fine selection. They would have had FBI agents saying why this person was never cleared and is still top of my list. They would have had well-respected retired ISP detectives and respected former police chiefs, sitting in front of them, telling them what they believe happened and why Rick didn't do it. And that would have been extremely powerful. That would have been extremely powerful. And instead, they couldn't give them a single alternate. They had to sit there while the state had a crime scene expert say that these sticks that were on their bodies were just to cover them up so people during the search couldn't see them. And they couldn't fucking offer a single retort to that. They couldn't offer a single alternate explanation for that.
That's insane, dude. It's fucking insane. If I were a juror and the state tried to tell me that was concealment to hide them, and then we had crime scene photo day, I would have slapped him across the fucking head. I would have been like,
but I mean,
what the fuck are you talking about?
How does it look to a jury, like saying just assuming you genuinely don't know anything about this case? You haven't followed it. You haven't heard the rumors and the speculation. Like, let's just say you're sitting there and this is your first introduction to this topic. And the best the defense can do is just act skeptical of what he's saying. Oh, this was for concealment. Like, how much of their bodies do you think were covered up here? 3%? But the defense doesn't offer you any alternate explanation if it's not to conceal them.
And you don't even know, like, you don't even get to know why they're not offering you. That's the thing that's really fucked, is that in every single motion in limine ever, and motion, like basically a motion for them to not be allowed to reference this motion. So they're not even allowed to know why they're not hearing about alternatives. They don't know if it's because there are none or because the judge did a bamboozle. Like, they don't know why. And that is
why in the world? Like, why in the world would they consider the judge did a bamboozle? Like, why is that something they should even have, like, a thought that pops into their head? They're just assuming the defense doesn't have anything to clap back with. That's the way it looks to, I mean, if it's a true impartial jury, that's what it looks like to them. The defense has nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, no wonder they were kind of like annoyed with them, you know? If they thought that they were ill prepared or that they didn't have any, there's no defense to speak of if I'm a juror, but the one chick that did the interview, she said that. She said, if he didn't do it, well, then who did? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they had
Keegan Klein.
What was that?
I'm so sorry.
They had a wild variety of alternate suspects to point the finger at. They could have presented all of them and then been like, you've heard all of these. And I mean, it seems like they intended on that. I mean, they certainly, for their offer of proof, they had all these, the people that were with the Holder, Westfall, Vinlander crew. They had people lined up to come testify for that. And they had people like Richie Davis slated. He had a transport order to come to trial to testify. And, we've now recently found out that actually didn't have anything to do with the whole Vinlander white supremacist crew. That was for Ron. They had a transport order for Chadwell to come. They had a transport. Didn't they have Keegan Klein slated to come? I mean, they were gonna show the jury a wild variety of better suspects than Rick.
Courtney, I have to go pee. Do you want to keep talking and engaging with the chat, or do you want me to play something? I don't want to abandon you.
I'm gonna, what's it called? The British goodbye, the Irish goodbye.
Okay.
What was it called? Irish?
It's an Irish goodbye, yeah.
It's a Cajun goodbye.
It's a Cajun goodbye. A key component of the Irish goodbye, which we violate every single time, is that you don't announce your departure, and yet we do every single time. But
I've got Mexican food that's going to be here any minute now.
Oh, that sounds really good. I would Irish goodbye over Mexican food too. Yeah, for sure. Well, any final thoughts before you go eat your Mexican food?
Not really. We need to do this more.
Yeah, we do. Keyword we, because I'm fucking sitting. I'm fucking here all the time. But I would love that. I know, but the problem is I never give you any notice, and I can try and give you more notice. Here's what I really want. I really want a live where you go through
all my shit,
things you've made, because when I try to do it, it's like a war crime. It's bad. I do a blasphemy. It's bad. You need to explain all of your stuff, because I sit up here and I go, and like I can.
So I'm just looking at the chat. The Mexican goodbye, the Odin's goodbye,
all of the above. JC says the British goodbye is that you just stay.
That's funny.
All right. Well, everybody missed you.
Oh, thanks, guys. All right, I'm gonna go eat. I'll listen in
Okay.
while I'm eating. It was weird a minute ago when I went to go to the bathroom.
Mhm.
I still had my headphones in, so I heard your voice in my ear while I was on the toilet. That was weird.
Nice. It's like I was with you.
Yeah.
It's like
you
you
were
were
right
peeing
there.
doing a tinkle with the door open, like in college. Adorable.
It's a
All it
Tex-Mex.
says
It
is
was
a
Tex-Mex
Tex-Mex
pie.
pie. There you go.
It's Chewy's All Eyes, so you know why I got a bail to go eat it.
It's what? Oh, is that a Texas? Is that the?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you. I
It's
got you.
Chewy's. The creamy jalapeno.
Mika says, "I'm glad that Courtney isn't turned into dog food after all of the long hours spending in your hairnet."
Glad you didn't fall into the grinder this week.
Right. I'm glad you didn't lose a couple, fingies and toes. Lord.
Oh, I wish.
Okay, love, you have to go pee. I'm gonna play this video. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
All right, bye guys.
I'm trying to remember which one I wanted to replay this part with this obnoxious reporter who interrupts the entire time, but I do want to play it because it's exotic. Where the fuck is it? Oh, I think this is it.
All end well, and obviously that's
So
not
their bodies were on your property.
the first I heard about it.
I'm sure. And joining me right now is the gentleman that owns the property where Liberty German and Abigail Williams were found. Ronald Logan joins us by phone. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm so sorry that you've been thrust into this.
I am too. It's been very traumatic.
Well, I'm sure it has.
By this.
I'm sure it has, because I heard you say, this was your land. You had nothing to do with this, of course, but this was your land. This was, this was your property. Can I ask you, it was a week ago today that the family members called and said they're missing. We can't find them. They're not there to pick them up. Did you hear about these two girls being missing? Because I believe a week ago tonight the searches began, right?
Yes, that's true. I did not find out about it until after until after about 6:30 p.m. in the afternoon. People stopped here and asked for permission to go back on my property, and I said two girls were missing, and that's the first I heard about it.
What has the last week been like?
Well, it's been very really difficult to understand what all's been going on here. The pain and agony caused by the families and to the families and the community is just beyond belief. But to have all this pain and agony happen in basically my backyard is just, it's beginning to come home now, because it's really been difficult to understand that two little girls lost their life in my backyard. It's just beyond belief.
So how did you find out that their bodies were on your property?
It was shortly after they were found. I had been in town, Delphi, and was coming home, and I saw when I went to town, not that they hadn't been found yet. When I came home, they had been, and then I found out that they were not, that they were not alive. It was horrible. I don't know how because I thought, sure, this is going to all end well. And obviously that's
so
not
did
true.
Did you go out, since this was your property, you find out that they are there? Did you go out to the crime scene yourself?
The crime scene has been closed off. It was not, my property was not released back to me until late Wednesday. I went to the crime scene Thursday morning to try to get a feeling of it, and it's still difficult to just...
What did you see when you went out there?
There was not much to see other than in the crime scene tape around the area. The area was still very pristine. You couldn't actually tell that there was any such a violent action
So you didn't see any blood? You didn't see a gruesome scene?
Nothing. The area was very, very pristine. There was just nothing there to see. I mean, really.
Was there one crime scene in one location from what you could tell, or two separate crime scenes? Because there were two victims.
Just one scene. Apparently, I assume that both were found in this area, because that's what I'm pointing at to now is all that was there.
Do you recognize the person in the photograph that law enforcement is saying is the main suspect at this point? Do you recognize this person?
No, I do not. If I had any idea who it was, I would have certainly said so before now. I have no idea.
What are you hearing? Does anybody recognize this person?
I have not heard anyone say they recognize him. It's a total blank right now.
Are people in the community scared that a double murderer is out there somewhere?
Yes, it is a big concern. I used to walk through my woods all the time, daytime, nighttime. Now I'm not sure if that's a good idea now. My son and grandson come up here and play in that woods. Does that mean we can't do that now, or what should we do?
Well, Mr. Logan, we thank you for coming on the show tonight, and we are doing our part as journalists to help law enforcement so the public can recognize who this person is, that at least they can talk to this person they are calling the suspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also want to bring in Andrew Aki, who is the attorney for Ron Logan. He joins me from Logansport, Indiana. Thank you, Andrew, for being so patient. I know it's hard to hear a lot of these questions, and certainly difficult to hear those two stories of the two different alibis given to two different reporters, one to us and one to other reporters. Can you account for those two alibis of your client?
Well, you're more than welcome, and good evening. I cannot comment on the facts of the case at this time, and I certainly can't account for that at this time.
Have you spoken with Mr. Logan, as he's now been sitting in a jail cell for well over a week?
I have spoken with him on several different occasions. I actually just spoke with him about an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago.
What did he say? Tell me what he said.
Well, I can't tell you what he said, but he's holding his head high. He's in good spirits, and we're hoping to get this resolved as quickly as possible. And like you pointed out earlier, he is being held on a probation violation. He's not being held on anything related to the disappearance or the murders of the two young girls.
At Aquarium World getting tropical fish from my aquarium. So when I came home, one of the neighbors stopped and asked permission to come back here and look for the missing girls, and that's the first time I knew anything about it. Well, I can tell you they were in the center of that tape. If you see it, it goes around the loop.
And that's your property up to the water? Or
yes,
where does your
up to
line
the property.
Up to the water?
Right up to the water. Half a mile, all the way along the creek, is along to this 40 acres.
How far are we from the Monon High Bridge?
It's right over there, you can see it. You walk down a little bit farther. It's about 1/8 of a mile on the other side of that creek, and it runs like this. This ground runs like that. The creek makes a bend. It all comes together right down there across from that brick house. And that's the last pictures they had at the end of the bridge. So how in the world they got all through all that down to here.
So the bridge is right over there?
Yes.
How difficult, I mean, you know this land better, 53 years here, right? How difficult is that to get from the bridge to that area?
On this side, very difficult. Very difficult. What you see over there is it. Very difficult. Who'd ever think someone would be murdered in your backyard?
Ron Logan has lived on this property in Delphi for more than 50 years.
I don't even recall any homicides in Delphi. I just don't recall any, but a double homicide, this is a first, as far as I know. I don't. But it's just crazy.
He never would have imagined his property would turn into a murder scene.
It's just terrible. I just can't imagine that. My son, when he was a kid, he and his buddies played in here for all the time. I mean, he was born here. That's a different time, though.
Logan and the rest of the community are deeply hurt for the families involved, and that's exactly why
Their mentality obviously doesn't go very high.
Searchers found the girls' bodies on Ron Logan's property. Logan says detectives cleared him almost immediately, but since
somebody could drive by here and shoot me while I'm walking around in my yard thinking, whoa, well, I did the world a favor.
Did you think it would be solved by now?
I was sure hoping, Rich. I really did.
Ron Logan was arrested and today sentenced on a completely unrelated charge.
At this point, he is still involved with that investigation, but I would not attach the label of suspect to him.
The 77-year-old denies any connection to the murders. Today, he was sentenced to more than 3 years in prison after pleading guilty to a probation violation and being a habitual traffic offender. When asked about his future, Logan told the judge, "Maybe in the future, someone won't be murdered in my backyard."
He was also a very physically strong man. I've heard stories, he was a horse person. He loved horses, owned horses over the years, rode horses, used to go on hunting trips where he would ride horses. And he, from my understanding, talking to people who've known him, that he used to be able to break horses, the old fashioned, the really rough way that they used to do it, where he would basically wrestle these wild horses to the ground to get control of them. And that I've heard a lot of stories about ways that he's treated perhaps some of his animals as not being perhaps as compassionate as.
I just heard that part for the first time. It just registered to me that she just said that there was also, like it had been said or reported or whatever, that perhaps he had I'm sorry, like my piece of hair blew into my eyeball, that he had treated his animals poorly. Huh. Interesting. That's all. I just caught that. Like, I guess that didn't register in the past.
As one would hope somebody is with animals.
And Barbara, one other thing I just wanted to clarify. I hope you forgive the questions, but because of the work he did, how familiar would he have been with anatomy, at least of animals, when it came to things like cutting throats, understanding arteries, things like that? In other words, was he butchering animals?
He did. He told me that he butchered his own animals. He raised several animals so that he could butcher them. And rabbits, he had several breeds of chickens, several breeds of rabbits. He had pygmy goats. I've heard stories of him castrating animals in perhaps an old-fashioned way too, just grabbing them and cutting what needs to be cut, and perhaps not using any anesthetic or anything to.
So what Barbara's talking about, so I've gotten a bit of pushback from this online in the past when I had brought up or asked, had anyone else heard, whatever. The story several people have told about Ron castrating his farm animals, like in a kind of unnecessarily brutal way, without any kind of hey Mavhawk, without any kind of like whatever. And I've had people who know more than I do about the topic say that while it sounds quite brutal and horrific, that's actually kind of like the standard. There's not really like a safe way to, I forget what the reasoning given. Now, whether or not that's true, I'm just bringing that up because I don't want to do, I don't want to do a histrionic. But yeah, I'm seeing people say it's normal. However, I think what Barbara's probably referencing is there's been, I think maybe one or two, at least one story someone has shared about just a particularly gory, gruesome, unnecessarily kind of violent castration of his animals. That's kind of, I think, the story she's referencing, unless there's more than one. So, but I don't think that in itself necessarily, farmers have to do hard things to their animals that non-farm people would probably consider to be abusive and horrific. Like, I don't know. I'm not a farmer, so anyway, trying to be fair. Passenger says, I am not castrating a chicken.
Provide comfort for the animal. I think a lot of people, because of the interviews he did, he sort of shuffled. He was dressed in a bit of a sloppy fashion for a lot of those interviews he did right after the murders. And I think a lot of people saw him as somebody who was perhaps frail and old, and he really wasn't. He was very mentally alert. He seemed very physically fit, even years after the murders happened.
And how much interaction did you have with him, Barbara?
I've interviewed him multiple times over the years. I first met him in 2019. At the time, he did not want to do an interview. He hated the media. Eventually, he did agree to talk to me on a couple of occasions. It started with when we were shooting the documentary for HLN. I had been asking him for years to just allow me onto your property so I can look at the crime scene myself. I wanted to see the area, and he would never allow that. And, you know, HLN had very strong rules about trespassing, and so it wasn't something I was able to just go walk on his land. And eventually he said, all right, fine. And he took our cameraman and myself down to the crime scene. The hill just from his house down to the crime scene is steep as well. And I struggled on the hill. He was there. He was 81, I believe, at the time. And he put his hand out. He was very steady. He helped me down the hill. He was very strong. When we went back up the hill, the same thing. He put his hand out, helped me, steadied me on my way up the hill. He had no trouble climbing that hill when I was with him. And again, he was about 81 at that time.
Interesting. So almost within 2 days, he was out doing interviews, and I see the picture on the left of one of the channels.
Yeah.
And then you try to get an interview with him, and he's resistant for how many years?
It was a while. I first started reaching out to him in very early 29. No, actually, it probably would have been about the middle of 2018. I first started reaching out to him. And the first time that he agreed to actually do an interview with me was the summer of 2021.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, any thoughts while we're on Logan here?
Well, that's why I'm just trying to see if there was any interest in underage girls, because you've got the 13 and 14-year-old that look, unless those were very young photos, that look their age. I mean, they don't look 20, 18 or 20. And it's his property. He was the first one there?
No, he wasn't home when the bodies were discovered. He was out.
Oh, is that where Alibi comes in to tell apart?
Well, no. So the second day he was out shopping and came home, and the roadblocks were going up, and they told him he couldn't get access to his own property. He did not like that at all. Told them in no uncertain terms, no, I'm going to my property. But yeah, he had been out shopping for several hours that morning. It was the day before that he had said, and the times that he gave changed in various interviews, but he left his house, according to him, the day before, the day the girls went missing, around 1:30 to 2:30, and went to the fish store, which was about 25-30 minutes away in Lafayette, Indiana, and that he was there for, in his estimation, about 2.5-3 hours purchasing fish, then returned home with his fish. And that's when he first became aware. He said that the girls had been reported missing. Somebody knocked on his door asking if they could search on his property. And he said, he said, sure, go ahead. And he didn't know until that point what had been going on.
Okay. So is he, yeah, that's interesting. Has he ever become, he was a suspect by his own words at some time?
Yeah, and the FBI said, the FBI wrote a probable cause affidavit for a search of his home and said, we believe he is the killer of these girls and that evidence of such will be contained in his property. My understanding is the FBI did not carry out that search warrant, that it was the state and local police that did. So I'm not sure if the types of things that the FBI went in thinking they were going to look for, if any of those items were recovered. But he definitely seemed to fall off the radar of investigators. They looked at him very heavy in March and April following these murders in 2017. In April, he was sentenced for the probation violation. And then law enforcement never talked about him with regard to this case after that.
Okay. Interesting. So from your experience being with him, what was your takeaway? Would you still keep him in the, we'll call the circle. We'll just create this imaginary circle. And I've got 3 people that we're going to talk about tonight, but would you keep him in the circle from your experience?
I think so. He doesn't have an alibi for where he was at the time the girls went missing. The alibi that he gave was a lie.
Interesting. So the next thing I want to look at, we went over the most recent kind of, what would you call it? I guess it's like, we'll just call it a reveal, right? An info drop, which was the motion to correct error, which contained video CCTV footage of the road, Brad Weber's kind of the entrance to the private drive, and showed a van arriving well after, like at least 15 minutes after the time the state claims that the girls were dead and that Brad Weber arrived home, blah, blah. So we saw a video of a van arriving much later, which kind of, the defense argues, totally kind of eviscerates the state's claim that the confession that Rick allegedly gave Dr. Walla had any legitimacy to it. So that was included. A kind of, I guess, like an affidavit from the defense witness, Stacey Eldridge, who is the former FBI trainer and current cyber forensic expert, who gave an affidavit about the cell phone of Liberty German and how the state's seat of the pants Google in the hallway, kind of responding to that, basically rebutting the claim that the headphone aux plug in, plug out code could be falsely tripped by moisture or whatever. Anyway, debunked the water, dirt, worm, goo theory of the cell phone. So that was included. And then a confession that Ron Logan allegedly gave to a inmate at Newcastle Correctional Facility named Richie, I think. I always call him Ricky. I think it's Richie Davis. That was, per Mr. Davis, quite detailed. And yeah, that's true. Oh, good. Meow's here. Meow, I made a comment earlier that you were not here, I don't think, to see about the Deer Creek poopy water and how it's rotting everybody's brains. I was like, all I have to say is Deer Creek poopy water. Say it 3 times fast, and Meow will just manifest. Reese, thank you, Matt Hawk. Reese per Michael. I am summoned. All right. So there's a couple things in that Ron's confession per Reese that we went over last time. Particularly, I'm not going to pull it up because I don't want to mess with it because I'm going to do a Rams. But basically, one of the details that Ron allegedly told Reese was he talks about rabbits a number of times, but basically he says that he was out chasing rabbits, but the way that the girls willingly went with him, which is his story, was that he basically told them, like asked them if they wanted to see his farm animals, which he was known to do. He had a lot of farm animals and people, especially young people, liked to see them. So he says that he basically asked them if they wanted to see his farm animals. He talks about rabbits in the barn in that confession multiple times. And it just comes up over and over. And then there was another thing that stuck out at me in the confession was that he refers to Abby at least twice, if I'm not mistaken, as the little girl. And I think that just stuck out to me because in the interviews that a couple of interviews right after the murders when Ron is talking to like various news outlets. Oh boy. We just got a bing bong by our bird guy. Hi, bird guy. Anyway, he used, that's just like words that he's used before. I was going to play a clip, but I don't think I'm going to because my computer's doing things. DB's now bird guy. Oh, DB is like #1 bird guy, Lindsay. DB hates animals, but he loves birds. Yeah, last time we checked in with DB, he had like, I want to say maybe 11. He might actually have crossed the dozen bird threshold, particularly parakeets. He's a parakeet guy. He knows everything there is to know about parakeets. I call him the Charles Darwin of the modern age. He loves birds. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to tell you. Ron Logan seems like he'd like Ron Logan seems like he'd like to. Ron Logan does seem like he'd eat lead paint. Yeah, I can see that. DB also sells counterfeit parrots. DB stands for D-Bird. My dad had a friend called Birdman when I was growing up, but dude had dogs and cats, lizards, and birds and everything. Nice. Darwin was into finches. So not parakeets. Damn. DB's doing a stolen valor. Did y'all hear that too? I can never tell when he's doing a lurk. He's like tiptoeing like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain doing a lurk. I can never tell if like y'all can hear things too or if I can only hear them. Oh boy, I see what he's up to. Okay. You didn't hear that? Okay, well, never mind. Never mind then. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Well, you did hear it.
Guys, calm down. Hey, everybody relax. Okay, sorry about that.
All rights reserved to Mindshock. By appearing in this video, one total Liaison does not grant us permission to use his likeness and other promotional materials, and no compensation is provided. And all rights remain with Mindshock. Also fuck Jerry Holman and also fuck Nicholas McClellan. Also free Rick.
Amazing.
Oh shit, you guys. Give me here. You bet. They're out of control, dude. Fuck.
That's the background sound from Rainforest Cafe, man. You know it is. Oh, okay. And with that, he's off. Thank you, Birdman, for gracing us with your presence and for the new content. I meant to ask you before you disappeared, is that the original Mindshock audio? Your fine print at the end was so good that I think I missed part of it. I'll play it again in a minute. Da birds. He altered Mindshock. Got it. Mars says, calm your birds. So one thing that I ask, and that I've seen asked a lot, and I still ask it all the time, is why? Well, actually, let's do this. We're going to have to suspend. This is when we do our speculation. I'm trying to think of like how to preface this. Okay, speculation time. So I am going to, assuming that I don't want to say this. I feel like I have to be careful, and I don't know why, because Ron Logan's dead, so he's not going to sue me. Mandy says, that be a lot of bird poop. Endless speculation. I am so... Right. So we know that at least on February 13th, Kathy Shang's daughter might sue me. That's true. So at least on February 13th, Ron Logan went to the transfer station in the morning, late morning, was home by probably around like noon. And then we know that his phone pings in the proximity, or no, around the area of the bridge. So he's not yet left for Aquarium World at the very least at 2. True. At 2:09. And then the next kind of data point that we have is the Aquarium World receipt that was fortuitously, apparently, in plain view during when law enforcement conducted the initial first search of Ron Logan's proper home residence for guns, firearms. So apparently that receipt was in plain view because they collected it. So that's interesting. So that was at 5:22 p.m., right? Those are our starting points. We know that Ron went from home to transfer station to home to Aquarium World. We know this because not only does he have that receipt, but a few members of law enforcement did follow up with Aquarium World, go in person, interview the individual who was working at the time, and they were able to basically confirm that, yes, that was the dude that was in. He was in there for maybe an hour or so, purchased a fuck ton of fish, and then left, like, whatever. Woman asked, did he have a fish tank? I don't know. Was it saltwater? I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew. I don't know. Good question. A receipt is hearsay? Was it authenticated? Well, I think what they probably did was they took the receipt with the times, like the official. I mean, yes, I imagine they were able to. I don't know how. I never thought of a receipt as hearsay. They did go to Aquarium World and they were able to like verify through multiple means or whatever that he did. At the very least, he made an appearance at Aquarium World. I don't know how do you authenticate? How do you authenticate a receipt from a store? Other than going to the store and interviewing them, right? Then Steenson asked a good question. What time did he get to the store? So per the cashier or whomever, the employee at the store, hi, Matt, he was there like a little under an hour. So let's say he arrives at like 4:30 p.m. if his checkout time was 5:22 p.m. per the receipt, right? And mind you, y'all, like rough estimates for the purposes of this belief suspension for a second. Thank you, Michael. The exact answer I was looking for. Business record hearsay exception. Can't cross-examine a receipt. But you don't have to, because there's an exception for that. Thank you, Michael. Right. So, what if we are for a second suspending, empirical evidence and certainty and doing a speculation? Ron Logan is the killer, or at least one of the killers, right? For a second. Why would he go to Aquarium World in Lafayette, right? So I guess let me ask a broader question first. Why would he leave his home after the murders and that's my first question. What's like the most logical answer? Like, We're gonna get their cat. Where'd you hear that, Matt? Not that I don't believe you, but you know what I really want? I want his whatever they had that they were referencing in the probable cause for his search warrant, because they didn't have his physical phone yet, right? So they obviously were able to determine his cell phone activity on that day without having his physical phone. Like, I want it, whatever that was. You're good, cat. This is a great question, Miss Tuppence. How long after did they follow up with the store? Let's pull up our trusty fucking timeline, because I'm pretty sure that that is on there. So the best corroboration we have for this receipt, I imagine, is, y'all are so thorough. I love it. The best corroboration I think we have that we know of for the receipt is he says that he went to Aquarium World and they got him around this time. They did interview the store person who was able to give more information about what, you know, who they saw. Yes, it was him. How long was he there? How was he behaving? And they have a time-stamped receipt. Now, while I would agree that I wouldn't convict based on that evidence, it's a fuck ton more evidence than they ever had against Rick Allen for anything. So for now, I'm comfortable saying he was there from approximately. He had, at the very least, checked out of Aquarium World around 5:20 p.m. I feel like we can, like, you know, we can concede to that much at least for now. So half hour to an hour according to the clerk. Why would somebody who had committed a double homicide in their property in the afternoon, like, what might the reason be for them to suddenly get the urge to go to, like, Aquarium World? This is a question we've seen a lot. Tober had a theory that he went to dispose of the knife in the dumpster behind Aquarium World. Sure, maybe. I just feel like disposal of evidence is probably what I would imagine any killer would probably be worried about immediately after. Oh shit, I gotta get rid of, you know, any incriminating evidence. I gotta get rid of this shit, and I can't ditch it here because the bodies are here, so they're obviously gonna look around here, so I gotta take it else. All the evidence has to go elsewhere, right? So first, you could ask, why Aquarium World? Well, what could be at Aquarium World or near Aquarium World or in Aquarium World that would serve to aid him in covering up or whatever? That's one way to look at it, sure. Another way to look at it is Aquarium World obviously served as what he wanted it to be, like an alibi. Problem is, thanks, DP. 22. You and Judge here are the same person. 22 fish. Amazing. So that's his alibi. What if Aquarium World was a what if it was more about like something on the way to Aquarium World, I guess? Why can I not do word find? I'm having like word find problems tonight. Miku. Great point, Miku. Fish wouldn't get rid of evidence. The fish strip is relevant if it all went down that afternoon. Everyone missed them for the better part of a day. For ghosteds, got it. So wouldn't you have to drive past the son's property? So that's what I wanted to show you. So I, at some point over the last 3 years, I don't even know when this was, but one of my theories, or one of the things that I wish that the investigation would have considered, using Nick's favorite 2 words, common sense, is that any like suspect, like their behavior immediately before and immediately after the murders is probably super fucking relevant, even if you don't think it is, even if it doesn't seem relevant, it's probably relevant and you should probably give it a look, right? So anywhere that he's traveled before, but certainly the place that he travels directly after, you would hope that they would Brian Kohberger his ass, right? Like they want to claim that they were able to track Brian Kohberger's drive. Okay, well, actually, that was a really bad example for obvious reasons. They can pretty much use... There are ways for them to like figure out where he went, right? So let's say he went to Lafayette Aquarium World and leaves at 5:21. Oops, what did I do? Can y'all still see me? Oh, okay. My shit went bluey. Well, this is the kind of thing, Doug. This is the kind of thing Doug Carter would do after he killed somebody. Doug Carter would go to the aquarium world after he murdered somebody 100%, and he would buy tropical fish, and then he'd take them home and he would play with them. That's literally the most Doug Carter thing I've ever heard in my life. Holy shit. That's hilarious. We can see you. Okay, good. Whew. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to mute so I can tippy tap for a quick second. Sorry, can't find what I'm looking for some reason. Okay, I found it. Sorry about that. So if tropical fish, but they might, well, I guess they could be either saltwater or freshwater. Why would the, so I've seen this question a couple times. Why would what are we why is that a fit? Like, is there something about saltwater or freshwater fish? I don't know a fucking thing about fish. Never owned it. Actually, that's not true. I had 2 fish once, and my big fish ate my little fish. Rex, that's not a bad question at all. I don't know I don't actually know how to like do a Discord invite, but if you want, if you send me a message on Twitter, I can send you. There is one Discord group that I know of for Delphi that I like, that I think I don't know what else. I don't know about group. Does anyone have a better answer to that than mine, than like the Delphi Dix Discord? I'm trying to think. We used to have one. It is defunct. Oh, that's helpful. So basically, like the setup for the fishes, if they're saltwater versus freshwater. Anyone we know that's banged Ron? Yes, a couple people, but I don't know if they'd help with the. You are not, DB. Don't even come in here with that nonsense. I'm gonna revoke your fucking wrench in a second. I thought Richard was saying. I said that. Didn't I say Dix of Delphi? What did I say? I thought I said that. I might have said something else. I meant Dix of Delphi. Yeah, this is my question, Miku, the urgency. So you're saying there are reasons that a fish owner and a fish enthusiast might have to make a very kind of quick, unplanned trip to the fish store. Yeah, for sure. No, I said I think the only one that I know of is Dix of Delphi. I don't even know any other ones, but that one's nice. That one's nice and everyone's nice. So, Roxanne, if you message me on Twitter, and I think you have before, but if not, I'll link it in a second. And you can hit me up and I'll send you the link. Why did it just take me 20 minutes to get that out? Is it me? I feel like I'm having like, it's like my mouth is moving, but like my brain is on slow-mo. Fish emergencies, pH issues, funny business. Maybe Shane helped him pick out the fish and set up the tank. I've definitely impulse bought a bunch of fish before I had a. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Deebs. Roxanne DB says he has sent you the invite. Show me the tank. Roxanne's my friend too. Good, DB. It makes me happy. Little fucking thief of joy. Chlorine chemicals, interesting. Why is your brain hurting, Indecency? Anywho, I keep fish amoxicillin on hand so I don't have to go to the doctor for a stupid sinus infection. Smart. Fish people also do not fuck around and let you buy fish if you have a bad setup. Did he buy any other supplies? Excuse me, except for fish. You guys have the best questions. I wish I had answered any of them. Hey, post-punk. Okay, here's what I do have. A theory. As Nick McClelland's friend, what was that journalist, that reporter who cut in line? What's her name? Caitlin something? Indy Cindy, I totally think that this is a really valid and legitimate question. I hope that there was some way that they verified it more than just like a receipt stamp. Especially because he left, like it maybe I'm making an assumption that's not true, but like it's just odd that during the firearm search of his home that was limited to firearms, they mention or they also collect an Aquarium World receipt that was in plain view, right? Like, I mean, I guess I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Because I know that it doesn't matter. Why can't I load these? Now I'm getting kind of bored with this side plot, this side quest that I'm on, because I can't figure out why I can't load this picture. Oh, I know why. DB is... I gotta delete some shit. Okay, I'll delete this one. I'll delete my own treasure map. Because I'm selfless like that. I'll delete my treasure map. Okay, so let me see. I don't know if this is Aquarium World. Here we go. So let's for a second suspend our belief or disbelief and just hypothetically pretend that Ron Logan is definitely the killer, right? Why might he go to Aquarium World? So what did he say? I literally uploaded something for y'all. Don't you dare mutter my name. I'm gonna do a mutter. I'm gonna do a pearl mutter. So what if the reason for Ron Logan traveling to Aquarium World was not so much about Aquarium World, but was more like something on the way to Aquarium World, right? So Ron lives up here. Aquarium World is down here in Lafayette. It's about 20. You could get, so this says 34 minutes. We've driven in about 23, right? So it just kind of depends on time of day and route and speed. But this little point in the middle here, right smack in the middle of his route to get to Aquarium World, is the home of his son, Ryan Logan. Is that a dox? Me? I don't think so. I feel like it's public. Whatever. Oh well. No one bother this man. This is a question not for the host. Well, now I want to answer it. If they knocked on his door and he was on probation, why didn't he? And he didn't answer. Why he ain't answer? They can enter his home. Yeah, they could have entered his home at any point, right? That was my understanding. They could have fucking went in the minute they found the girls. They could have just went in. So why did they wait so long? And why did they have to do one search for firearms and then another search for other shit? You know what I mean? The fuck, man? I don't know, Deeves. Why didn't they charge him with a single? Why didn't they charge him with a single possession of a firearm by a felon? He had 150 plus. And I'm not saying that because 150 is a lot of guns. 150 is a lot of guns for someone who's a felon who's not supposed to have a single gun, you know? So people like to rant and rave about how they were not protecting Ron Logan. They ruined his life. They literally didn't. They didn't, actually. This man got less than a year and then home detention for multiple felonies. Okay, this was like his more than 5 DUIs. I think 8 DUIs, 4 in the past fucking decade. Obstructing justice, lying to the police, and then also possessing 150 plus firearms as a felon. And he got less than a year. He didn't get charged with a single firearm charge. And yet we're still supposed to just accept this notion that they targeted and treated Ron Logan unfairly. No, it's a good question, Deeves. I feel like that's just like, it doesn't make any sense. The guns are worse than the driving infraction. I certainly think that, like, statutorily overlooking a traffic offense when you're a habitual offender, it's a little different. I don't know. It's just none of these are like non-serious felonies. You know what I mean? And let's say that they think he's the killer, but they don't have enough evidence to hold him. Okay, well, you know a really good way to hold somebody while you build your case for homicide? You charge them with things that you can legally charge them with. So if they're trying to just frame him and hold him and treat him unfairly, why wouldn't they charge him with having fucking guns? I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway, so Ron's son's house is literally smack in the middle of his route to Aquarium World. Does that mean anything necessarily? No. However, there's another trip that Ron takes not long after let's see, what was it, 27th? So 2 weeks after the murders. Still not supposed to be driving. Certainly not supposed to be drinking and driving. Probably shouldn't be driving long distances when you're not supposed to be driving. And he knew by this time that he was likely, whether he knew that he was, a suspect or not, like, he probably want to be careful. It's only been 2 weeks since the murders, not want to do anything to raise suspicion. So Ron ultimately gets charged with this habitual offender probation violation thingy because it becomes known to law enforcement in early March that on the 27th of February, Ron drove, so there's your first offense, to the Americus, which is like right outside or a little sub part of Lafayette. He drove to the Pizza King in Americus and met with the old girlfriend, whatever, and had some beers and pizza. Okay, so that's what they were able to violate him for: driving without a license, driving as a habitual offender whose license is suspended, driving after drinking when you're on probation. So that's what ultimately got him, on the habitual offender charge. But I think, like, why would he go to America's Pizza King to meet this woman who's also local, when he could just go to, like, the tavern? So he's out in Americas for some reason, maybe. I don't know, but both Americas and Aquarium World are like Lafayette area trips. So he's making 2 Lafayette trips at pretty critical, like on the day of murders and then like not long after the murders. It just seems like a risky thing for somebody to do. The gun charge would be iffy. Well, the first search was just for firearms, as a felon in possession of firearms, So like if you're searching, so here's another question. So this bottom point here, woman on the map, I'm sorry, I'm bouncing all around. Here we go. This like very, very bottommost point here that I can't read because I don't know where my glasses are and I'm blind. That is Ron Logan's house. And then this middle part is that Pizza King. And then this first one I showed, this is Ryan's house here in the middle, Aquarium World at the bottom. Well, so this is a great point, Tammy. My only issue with this point is that he literally did it all the time. Like, so the people have brought up as reasons as to why he might lie about like his alibi that day. Well, he wasn't supposed to be driving and he was driving to the dump and he didn't want to violate his probation. 100%. That's totally valid, except for the fact that he did it all the time. And police knew he did it all the time. And he didn't take any pains or go out of his way to hide that he did it all the time. So it's not consistent with his baseline behavior, to use a DB assisted. My DB AI gave me that term earlier. So it's not entirely supported by like his baseline behavior. He wouldn't care. The second thing that I would say is, people recognizing him in Delphi, definitely valid. Except for the fact that he drank on probation multiple times a week, right in fucking public, right? Like he was not, it's fair to suggest that somebody would be worried about that. However, Ron wasn't. Like Ron was not worried about that shit at all. So it's just odd. Oh God, precocent. Tyler, who's Tyler? Remind me, Tyler. Oh, is that his grandson? Right. Yeah, indecent, exactly. We don't know his baseline behavior, not for his phone, but just for like his behavior in terms of like his regular like routine. We know enough about it, I think, to be able to say that the suggestion that he was worried about being seen driving or being seen drinking or driving to the dump or whatever, like those things are not consistent with his baseline. So Ron's probation specifically disallowed him from drinking, Tom. Actually, I think I have his. Let me share. I don't think I've shared this before. Thank you for handing me, Tom. So he was not supposed. I don't know anything about Indiana probation rules or whatever. I just know that he, as like his conditions of his probation were that he wasn't supposed to be doing that. Which is also odd because I don't know how how can the court tell you that you're not allowed to drink? What if you're an alcoholic? Are they going to pay for treatment? It's one of those like gray areas that I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I don't want you to be drinking and driving, but who is the state to tell you that you can't drink? You know? What's the point? I'm so sorry. I'm trying to follow. So I'm trying to do this thing where I like follow the chat, but I don't like follow it so much that I don't finish my sentences. And but then I miss like all this stuff. So habitual offenders cannot drink. Thank you, Tammy. I know I'm getting into the weeds here, y'all. They can just put you in jail instead of probation without being able to drink. True. I believe that person that she named is would be the grandson, right? So his son lives there, and his grandson probably likely. I assume. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Wait. Is precocent still in here? Because I have a follow-up question. Can anyone tell one that they can't drink in their home? That's kind of what I'm getting at, Radar, because if you're on home detention, you can have like a, ankle monitored for your location, but a lot of them also monitor your EAC, like your for alcohol. So you must not be allowed to drink alcohol in your own home if you're on probation for an alcohol-related offense. I understand the drug testing, but like alcohol is not. I don't know how I feel about that. DB would like everybody in here to know if you want a Discord invite, which you should, by the way. It's a fun little play. It's a fun little hang. It's a fun little crew. DM him on X, and he will hook you up. That is the Discord plug. He's the bird plug and the Discord plug. Yeah, the alcohol test do it. Stupid. Granted, I think that Heather says I couldn't drink alcohol on probation. Yeah, and I guess I understand why, but like, just because. I'm trying to think of like an equivalent. So if this is like way out there and totally weird and gonna get clipped, but like, let's say that I get caught, or let's say one gets caught jerking off in their car on their lunch break, and they're next to a school, right? Let's say something, I don't even know, something along those lines. Go with me for a second. And so they get charged with a sex offense, and part of their probation and their requirements of their whatever the fuck is that, well, you're not allowed to jerk off for the time of, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, maybe I can't jerk off in public, and maybe I can't jerk off when I'm like, but like in the privacy of my home, I can't jerk off? Are you allowed to tell me that? I don't think they can tell you that. How is alcohol any different? You know what I'm saying? That might have been a terrible equivalent, but it's the best I could think of. Like, Oh God, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know how we got there, but right, it's a different crime, I understand, in a sex offender, like a totally different crime. But do you understand, like without getting into the minutia and the semantics of it, like, do you understand kind of what the comparison I'm making? It might just be a shit poor comparison. I don't know. Meow gets it. I'm not on my A game tonight, but y'all are being very nice. You're very understanding. Jerking off doesn't kill people, but drinking alcohol in the privacy of your home, one could argue, doesn't kill people. What if jerking off triggers your, what if jerking off is what triggers your sex offending or whatever, right? Okay, so that's your, it's not an illegal activity, but it causes you to be a risk to whatever. Okay, I think I need to just let this die. I think I need to let this go. It's not landing. It's all right. It's fine. What if you're a drug abuser? Yeah, right. What about it? Well, but drugs are illegal. That's kind of the point I'm making. Like, it's not illegal to drink alcohol in your home. It is illegal to use drugs in any capacity. So if you're on probation for drug use, then yeah, can't do drug. Like, sex offenders can get surprise lie detector tests. Another time, we will get into, maybe, no, we probably won't. Probably not a topic I need to broach. Like, I also have some thoughts about the sex offender registry. Thank you, DEI Captain America. Masturbation is right. That's my right. I reserve the right to masturbate in my home, in the privacy of my home. Indiana's tough on OWI unless you're Ron Logan, Tim. Doesn't that make you, that enrages me. It enrages me that some people lose their driving privileges for years or life and irreparably disrupts their life because of that. But then you got Ronnie Eugene, who's on DUI number 5, 4 and 10 years. He don't even get it. They didn't even put a blow and go in his car. What the fuck is this place? No, I agree with this, Cindy. It's not illegal to jerk off. It's not illegal to drink alcohol. So why is the state allowed to tell me that I can't do those things in the privacy of my home if I'm not? Oh, God. I can have Suboxone, but my pills get counted twice per week, right? Oh, we in the weeds, friends. Y'all are making great points. I don't even remember what I was trying to talk about, except now we're talking about masturbation. Masturbation and Suboxone. Two great things, in my opinion. Of course it's not illegal to be an addict. It's illegal to use illicit drugs. I don't agree with it being illegal at all. I think it's stupid to criminalize drug use instead of, I don't know, maybe implementing a evidence-based fucking harm reduction. And hey, Corey Davis, we are just talking about drugs, masturbation, and Suboxone. Miko, that's so interesting. I always hear the opposite, but I think that's fair. I think it depends. I think in general, both of those things should just be far more understood and accessible. Back in green. Yeah, this is a great point too. Indiana's all about making money. 2 judges in Vanderburg lost their seats due to corruption with drug addicts. Oh, speaking of not really that, but similar to that, I want to do a part 2 on my Letcer County, Kentucky deep dive, because I feel like there's been some updates and we have a new speaker piece to read. Masturbation. Let me have my activities. Oh, hey, K McKay. K McKay was in here. Welcome, by the way. If you've been in here, I'm glad you're here. If this is your first time or if you have just joined, this is a great comment and I appreciate it. Not being able to drink on probation is a special condition. You agree to the condition to gain the privilege of probation. The other option is to stay in jail. Well, now I understand. That's such a good explanation. Thank you. So they're like, here's your choices. Here's your two shitty choices. You can either pick the one that's less shitty of the two, or you stay in jail and you do the entirety of your sentence in jail. Makes sense. Makes sense. What if the dynamic of Kentucky and Indiana aren't all that far off? Exactly, Lindsay. Sure as shit feels like they're pretty... There are some real parallels. I've been eating... So as I've been sitting here, so I made oatmeal cookies. They're terrible. But as I've been sitting here doing this, I've been just crumbling it to pieces. So it's just a mess in front of me. I don't know why I did that. Was I going to show? I think I was going to show something. What's this to Percocet? Oh, Percocet! You dropped a bomb and then you disappeared. So the person you said up there, Tyler, is that a grandson? Right? They don't call me Bad Heather Brown for nothing. Do you not use parchment paper? For cookies? No, I do. I bake them on that. No, I have a cookie in front of me on a I had two cookies in front of me on my napkin here. And I've been like doing a graze eating, but I've been like crumbling them. If you have a gas oven, you need parchment paper or a cookie mat on your cookie sheets. I didn't know that, Lindsay. Well, good thing I use parchment paper anyway because I'm lazy and I don't want to wash a sheet, a cookie sheet. Oh. Well, I have lost the plot. We have officially entered Rambletown. This is a true statement. Oh, they're too hard. Well, they probably are too hard also. But I've also just been crumbling the shit out of it. Twitter. Okay. On my way. Oh my God, meow. What's Letcer County? So Letcer County is a county in Kentucky, Whitesburg, Kentucky. You probably heard this story, like, over the past few months, but basically the sheriff of Letcer County ate lunch with the judge and the court staff and then proceeded to go into the judge's chambers with the judge, shut the door, and assassinate the judge. And it's all on camera. Sheriff shot the judge. Judge is dead. I think we all get what you were saying. I'll screenshot this and frame it. Okay, Indy Cindy, I will do that. Is she doing a Cheerio? No, she's doing a oatmeal cookie, but I don't even, it's not even appetite. You should see this pile of, I'll take a picture of it and show y'all next. There's just a pile of crumbs in front of me. Oh. Wait a damn minute. Okay, interesting. 8 times, yeah, it's crazy. Oh my God, it's crazy. Joe Bama says, all judges usurp the Constitution. Fun fact, usurp is one of my favorite words. Usurp. After hearing Angie's dissertation on masturbation, my only reply is, it's my dick and I can wash it as fast as I want it. I agree, Thomas Scott. It's your God-given goddamn American right. This is my goddamn American right to masturbate in the privacy of my home. The craziest part of the Letcer County case is that in Kentucky, you're still allowed to smoke indoors. I know. It's wild. I wonder if that's the case like everywhere, or just if you're the judge in your like, I need more information. Y'all, if it was acceptable to smoke indoors still, I don't know if I ever would have quit smoking. You know? I quit in the winter time. It was cold. It was like an additional incentive. Why do you only talk about masturbation with a Southern accent? I don't know. I didn't even know I did that until just now. And Mavhawk, when I just started reading your comment, I had this just irresistible impulse to read it in a Southern accent. What is that? What is that about? I wonder. Maybe because masturbation is like 4 syllables and it's a fun word to say in a Southern accent. Masturbation. I quit smoking because it was too hot outside. I would get so lightheaded it would make me nauseous. Oh God, yeah. I actually preferred smoking. Oh no, precocious false alarm. We're fine here. Someone posted a pic of a guy in Reddit months ago that looked like curly-haired sketch. They seemed like a schizo poster, but damn, the guy looked back. I know exactly who you're talking about. Your assessment is correct. I quit smoking because I hate the smell. Solicitation of masturbation. Why did it again? Throwback last week to when Ange asked if she should pick up the thing. Did we ever get like a concrete answer on that? I feel like it's still up in the air, right? Like it still hasn't been decided yet. Did we issue a definitive order on that motion yet? I don't recall. I can't recall. Objection. I forgot. Pregnancy made me quit. Mm-hmm. Everyone says no. Run a poll. Post vote. Okay, how do I do a poll? I think I can do a poll. Y'all. I know. Here's the thing. I don't even want to vape. But it's like the oral fixation of it, the kind of ritual of it, and I just like this is I'm one of those people. I was one of those smokers who I wouldn't say that I didn't like chain smoke. I smoked I would go through a pack of cigarettes I fluctuated between like a pack a day to like a pack every 3 or 4 days for about 2-3 years. So like I was a smoker. I enjoyed it. That's why I did it. I enjoyed it. I mean, yes, I was addicted, but I also just enjoyed it. I know. When I stopped drinking, I smoked a lot more, I will say. But I know you are also great. Marlboro Lights. I like the Camel Blues. My roommate only smoked Newports. So every once in a while, what did I do? I enjoyed smoking Roxanne Wins. I smoked, I was a cigarette smoker for a period of time and I enjoyed it. I liked everything about it except for the smell. Yeah, I agree, Miku. Pall Mall. Nice. I think that this was mine too, Kat. I think that we are... What did I enjoy about it? Okay. I liked the sensation, the physical sensation. I liked the ritual of it. I liked that it was just kind of a boredom cure. As someone who's just Yeah, it's like once you're, I mean, yes, once you're addicted to it, then doing it feels like, it just feels good. Yeah, everything just kind of slows down. Digestion after a big meal, do a cigarette. You feel better. Driving makes the drive go faster, keeps you awake on a drive. Yeah, let's not let's do a relapse stream. I'm sorry. I should have done like a smoking cessation a trigger warning, but I didn't. Nicotine supposedly helps with Alzheimer's. That's so interesting. When I smoked, cigarettes literally felt the conversation. That's true, and also I really like the social part of it. I had a bunch of roommates at the time. Most of them smoked. I quitting smoking cold turkey. Anyone can continue like. The social aspect is nice. Camel Crush. I still smoke. I feel left out. Laura, you're not left out. If anything, you're the only one in here who gets to enjoy the thing that we're all sitting here doing a reminisce on. I'm not suggesting that everyone smoke because we want everyone to live a long, healthy life. However, yeah, Judgy, I feel like you and I basically, can you imagine if if Judgy and I geographically, proximity, forget it, we'd be two chain smoking fools, chain smoking on the Stairmaster, doing an Antifa, doing a bully onto our local police department. I love that. Don't hate, masturbate. Exactly. People trying to pretend that there's zero benefits. Remember, soldiers would hold a cigarette if they fell asleep. It would burn their fingers and wake them. Yeah. Well, it's like, obviously, if so many people do it and have done it for so many hundreds of years, there's obviously a benefit. Most good things are bad for you. So, would you want a cigarette after masturbating? Yes, absolutely. In Australia, they cost more than in the US, more than $15. How much was it? That's a lot. That's a lot. When I stopped smoking, I was doling out like $10, probably $8, depending on where I was. If I was home, if I was in the city, I was doling out like $12. And are you doing an adventure soon? I always want to do an adventure. Say more. What kind of adventure? I'm up for an adventure. I got addicted to eating those little wax cookies. Why was there even though it was a millisecond, I'm ashamed of myself for that millisecond, for believing I was about to be reading a comment about DB actually getting addicted to eating Cocoa bottles. Good for you, Deebs. I quit when they were $3. I'm going to go to the doctor soon. There's a new tablet out that stops you smoking as they ban the last. Oops. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm going to go to the doctor soon. There's a new tablet out that stops you smoking as they ban the last one. People are having bad thoughts. Oh, okay. Like a smoking cessation aid. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, those are, when they work, they're great. We don't want, the side effects are not ideal. What about the wax lips? American natural spirits are $13. Oh my God. Y'all, how about the fact that it's just like so expensive to live? Oh my God. I've had 4 Dr. Peppers. Every time somebody said Dr. Pepper, I just hear Forrest Gump in my head. Hey, criminality. Welcome. We're talking about smoking. Criminality. Yeah. Probably. I don't know what you're asking me. Which is so unlike me. I think I'm having a brain fog. Criminality says love smoking. love smoking. I miss smoking a lot. Criminality, you are in the right place, Teresa. The latter, for now, I'm going to wait on that. We're not related. Yes, you're right. I will. Were you on that MTV show? No menthol. Wait, there's no menthol. They like outlawed menthol cigarettes in California altogether. Really? You can't drink on probation, but you can masturbate if you. Never mind. I was about to do my own Dr. Seuss. I'm gonna stop. I was about to say that's an interesting. Yeah. Well, that just goes without saying. Why can't you buy flavored vape juice? Oh, are they saying that it's like because it appeals to, what's the word that they use? It appeals to like young people or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's like there's gotta be a workaround. Just do an Amazon. Just do a black market vape juice. I called Brad Rosie. I can't discuss what the conversation was about, but there may be new information coming out that may help with the appeal process. That's great news, Sean. I love to hear that. Thank you for sharing that and also for respecting the sensitivity of the information and Rick's appeal. You are appreciated. I can't wait. I love new information. I love new evidence. Oh my God, passenger. Fair, valid, but I couldn't disagree with you more. I would trust Brad with my life. But that's fair. Why? I wonder why. I'm interested. You don't have to say why. Doesn't matter. Thank you for sharing. I think that Logan is a means to a legal end. Fair enough. Totally agree. 100%. You know what I would love? Same post-punk. I would love a independent investigation conducted by someone other than law enforcement. Wouldn't that be awesome? Can you imagine, y'all? Can you imagine what an actual nasty, sag nasty? Can you imagine what it would be like for an actual investigation? Holy shit. Be like water in the desert. Water in the desert. So let's say an outside entity, whatever that is. And by the way, in the post-conviction world, you know, throughout the course of the appellate process, what's it called? Post-conviction investigation. Maybe there's a different term for it. That usually happens concurrently with the appeal, whatever the fuck. Lord, have mercy. So to start from the beginning, what was the first thing they would do? I would hope the first thing they would do is test the fucking DNA. Right? Like what do y'all think would be That would probably be what they would do, right? And I don't know, when I say test the DNA, I'm not even going to attempt to clarify or like to specify what I mean, because I have no fucking idea what they've already done, what they haven't done, what they were able to definitively conclude, what they claimed that they concluded subjectively. Like, I have no idea. I watched Andrea's stream on the DNA, Lawyer Lee's stream on the DNA. I read all of the news summaries of the DNA. I follow, all of the cranks who have really done like really helpful work, and even like illustration and like outlines and diagrams of what the trial, like what information that yielded and the DNA and where it was found and everything. All of that. I've consumed it all. Retained fucking none of it. What is that? Why can't I retain this? I don't get it. It's like, there's like a couple things that I just like can't, they're not my forte. I don't get it. So I don't really, and I've tried to find like very simplistic explanations of what they've done and what was done. And, because like, okay, well, we know that none of the DNA belongs to Rick. So they were able to determine that much, but they weren't able, I know that there has to be like a full profile and that the STR and like, woman, I'll tell you what they did with the DNA. Nothing. Yeah, I want the DNA and I want all the phone data. Best method to never forgetting something is by combining studying and sex leaves a strong impression. Interesting. Studying while sexing. Okay. I see why that might be helpful. Okay. Fair enough. I do need the reminder. We all have things about ourselves that we just hate. That is weird that she had to take so many DNA tests. Oh, Kelsey, yeah. Othram, there's another agency or organization or whatever the fuck. Is Deep still in here? The one that they used in the LISC. It's not Othram, it's another one. Studying an orgasm. Parabon, thank you. Parabon. Bupkis. That's what they did with the DNA. I missed this. I'm glad I scrolled back, Miku. Miku said, Bupkis. I do love a bupkis. I'll tell you what they did with the DNA. Nothing. Not one damn thing. Bupkis. So if they didn't even test... If they didn't even test the hair that was literally found clutched in the fingies of one of the victims, hair with root, and they didn't even test that, then how can anyone with any degree of confidence say that anyone or anything has been ruled out? In my opinion, the only person who's confidently been excluded is Rick Allen, because the defense had to, like, that's the only well, the state had to compare his DNA to the DNA, apparently. Wasn't his. The state had to go through all his shit, didn't find shit. They had to test all his shit, didn't find shit. So he's at least been excluded as far as I'm concerned. Did they go that far with anybody else? They didn't test anybody. Did we get a new meme?
All rights reserved to Mindshock. By appearing in this video, one total liaison does not grant us permission to use his likeness and other promotional materials, and no compensation is provided. And all rights remain with Mindshock. Also fuck Jerry Holman and also fuck Nicholas McClellan. Also free Rick.
Can you show any new memes made for the channel recently? I'm looking, Deeps. I don't see any. Do you mean memes or videos? Because I'm looking at memes. I don't see any memes. I don't see any memes. Do you mean like...
In that corner, whoa, whoa, bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweak in this bitch, tell it.
So this one is called DC Sabs, right? Doug Carter, Sabrina Carpenter. This one is just called, one word, Doug Sneaks. Love that. I went through all the memes last time, DB. We need new ones, actually. You know? I don't know when your PTO time expires, but the people have been asking, whatever happened to that DB guy? Whatever happened to him? Whatever happened to the memes? Kelsey's samples and Kathy Shake's drawers. I'm going to use my night off to watch. Oops. McGuire and find that soundbite for you. Awesome. Good to see you, passenger. Keep using crevices. What's a cock end? Do I have to Google it? Should I Google it?
In that corner, whoa, whoa, bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweak in this bitch, tell it.
Nav Hawk wants the clip of Doug moving the picture of the girls out of the way. We don't have the original one. We have the one that DB made where he's doing a slide. I do have that one, Judgy. I have so much good stuff. Y'all, the Rams are coming, by the way. Within the next 2 weeks, we will have Rams. 2 weeks. Countdown. Y'all are not even fucking ready for what life is going to be like on the R&M, in the R&M megaverse, universe, megaverse, cyberverse. You're not even ready. It's going to be great. We're going to be doing, oh my God. I want to show you so many things. I can't. I'm cock blocked. I'm cock ended. I don't know what cock end means. I shouldn't say that until I look it up. I need to make a companion emoji with woman's avatar. Yes. The question isn't where is DB? The question is, where isn't DB? I'll tell you where I know he's not. Doug Carter needs to be wearing leather. That's it. The R&M cinematic universe. How many Rams? I don't know yet, Lindsay. I don't know. End of weenie is the cock end? Oh, right, the end of the cock. Duh. I guess I just assumed it sounded like a British insult. Maybe it is. The end of a cock, yeah. You also upgrade CPU? What CPU? No, but I will if I should. Tell me what to do. Instruct me. 32 BGs. 32 bridge guys. Y'all are great. Ooh, JC says, and when will we watch The Hurricane? So yeah, I put that poll up on X about who's seen that movie and who hasn't. Most people haven't. I would love to do like a I don't think it would have to we don't have to do members only. We could do members only. I haven't quite figured out how to do members only lives. But I want to do like a stream where we just do like a watch party. I don't know. I think that we could do it. Right? Like I imagine the only like YouTube limitation is that like you can't like they would just do a copyright claim, which is normal. It's like yeah, that's whatever. Like I feel like people watch movies together on YouTube, right? Like a watch party. Is that a thing? I think that's a thing. Yeah, let's do that soon. I would love that. It's kind of what I was thinking, but yeah, I don't know how to facilitate that. Via Discord? Interesting. DB, yes or no? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Should we do an R&M Discord? What could go wrong? DB, there's this app. DB, it's like basically a social media chat platform for friends and like-minded folks. It's called Discord. It's new. It's kind of like an indie app, up and coming. You should look into it. Would I do it? No, I said, should there be one? Should we do it? Man, I don't know, he said. Yeah, no. He only he'll mod for fucking, yeah, whatever. I'll deal with you fucking later. I do want to share one thing before I can't believe that you just said that. Wow. Judgy. I don't think I've showed this before, and I think I meant to last time, and I forgot. So here we go. This is the pre-sentence investigation report for Ronald Eugene Logan, related to his probation violation. Date 3rd, April 3rd, 2017. Date completed, 4/7/2017. Carroll Superior Court. Prosecuting attorney Jerry Bean. He was the deputy prosecuting attorney at the time. Can y'all hear me? Hello. It says my mic disconnected, but it's also still lit up, so it looks like it's still connected. You can? Okay, fine. Cool. Awesome. I don't know why I was saying that. Anyway, Melissa Chapman, Carroll County Probation Department, Ronnie Eugene. Oops. Well, whatever. He's dead signed. 6 foot, 210, blue eyes, white male. Eyes not blue. Okay. There you have it. And this is for his habitual traffic violator, criminal involvement, pending charge, violation, revocation, jail, prison, felony, misdemeanor, probation. Is Bob Tardy in here? Oh, I got excited. Proper term? What do you mean? Okay. Goodbye, chat. These are his offenses. Offense date is listed as 2/13. So that must be the transfer station that they're referencing. I wish I had bigger, better eyeballs. You know? So he was jailed from March 11th to April 10th. So he gets 31 days of time served. Yeah, I know. I was thinking that, Mika. Marital status, divorced. High school, Delphi Community High School. Do you graduate or have your GED? Yes. Ever suspended or expelled? Nope. Marquette University, U.S. Navy Submarine School, U.S. Navy Bridge Officer School, Cryovac School, Packaging. This is his college and vocational experience. Employed, no. Financial status not stable. Mental health referrals, no. Physical problems, no. Alcohol, drug use, yes. This is just his contact person. Juvenile history. Okay, no juvenile history. Judgy. I really need to find my glasses. I think I'm just gonna struggle with it though. Okay, sorry. This is just she's going through history here. So in 2010, he got a operating a vehicle with over the legal limit, counseling, etc. Completed probation in 2012. And then in 2011, another operating a vehicle while intoxicated, endangering a person. So that must mean, what did he have somebody maybe in the car with him? 5, false informing, narrative, June 21st, 2011, dismissed. So 2013, operating intoxicated, ACE of 0.8 or more, 545 days, 419 suspended, probation, complete drug court and alcohol, license suspension, pay fines and costs. .09 is insane. He could have just sat in his car longer. Straight up bullshit. DUIs. Those were fake .9s at IMO. Did he ask for a blood test or use the breathalyzer? Fucking dude, fight that. Y'all are interesting. Where you I didn't work today. I got new spice jars that I spent filling and organizing this afternoon. I have more things to do. I don't even want to eat, and I love eating. I love getting hyper fixated on stuff that I enjoy. Maybe it was a .90. We know that Carroll County has a tendency to be just like that. Yeah. Petition to revoke. Okay, so his sentencing date is September 15th, 2014. He gets a failure to report on the 17th. On the 8th, he violates 1-year home detention, participate in counseling, have no access to a vehicle. So this is must be where he lost his vehicle the first time. It's a BS DUI, and I don't condone drunk driving. Those are like the most small town target DUIs of all time. Maybe. Maybe. How many bullshit DUIs must one acquire for it to be maybe not bullshit is my question. Yes, Roxanne, we're talking about Ron Logan. As an adult, the defendant has a prior conviction for operating a vehicle. Criminal history domain moderate. Okay, hold on. Defendant's parents, there it is. Okay, this is what I really was interested in. Defendant's parents, Raymond and Betty Logan. The defendant's parents were married for 3 years. They divorced and remarried other people. They are both deceased. His father died of an aneurysm in 1998. His mother died of natural causes in 2003 at the age of 88. He has one sister, Joyce, 72, resides in Ohio. Nobody in his family has a criminal history or any drug or alcohol history. The defendant is currently divorced, married 3 times. They They remain the best of friends. His first marriage apparently ended because his wife continued to drink after he quit. Gotcha. Third marriage, 20 years. Okay. No living children at home. One son, Ryan, and a 12-year-old grandson. On and off relationship with his son, but their relationship at the moment is good. The defendant's friends include alcoholics and drug addicts. He's 77 years old, provided a room in his home to a young mom and her child. It is reported by the young woman that they had a sexual relationship. She currently has a warrant. On the evening, the defendant went to drink in Americus. She had a protective order, wanted it reissued. It was denied. The defendant graduated from Delphi Community School Corporation, senior class president. Wow, Ronnie. Work. I think someone's asking about work history. I didn't have an answer. So retired, worked at IPC for 14 years. It's a long time. I don't know that I knew that he worked at Packers for 14 years. And he did like maintenance and shit, as far as I know. Then you for Eli Lilly. The defendant enjoys horses, small animals, gardening, and flowers. He likes flowers. Roxanne wins. They could have been getting him on DUIs because they couldn't get him on domestic violence or something. I seem to remember reading something kind of unsettling involving that. The defendant lists himself fair health, hypertension, valve problems, medications, hearing, and eyesight. Farsighted. So if you're farsighted, is it true that if you have eyesight problems, probably in the 50s, right? If you had like any kind of eye issues, you couldn't have certain roles in the military. I just wonder if it's true that like if he just had like poor eyesight, he couldn't do his Navy stuff, right? Couldn't it just been that? This is being marked up by his probation. You are always near or farsighted if you have imperfect vision. Gotcha. Farsight is usually older age. Okay. I feel like I got cookie in my eye. Oh my God. Military has restrictions for eyesight on pilots. A DUI involves, very little work compared to DV or animal cruelty. Yep. Nothing about a rock star. Nothing about fish. He didn't say he enjoyed tropical fish. Interesting. You can't be a pilot if you have bad eyes. Yeah, I've heard that. I'm not a fan of end justifies the means kind of justice, you know? He never used illegal drugs. The murders are hard to describe. The defendant stated he never used illegal drugs. He first used alcohol at 19 in the Navy. It's never been a regular activity. Been to many drinking occasions, never drank. He's a social drinker, does not drink alone. He's not aware of anyone in the family that has a drinking problem. What's a pre-sentence investigation, right? He now reports he does not have a drinking problem. He doesn't feel he's in need of treatment. He's attended AA with a friend because the friend needed the help, not the defendant. Wait a second. Well, when Connie knew him, he was in AA, so that's interesting. I wonder, correct, young black economist. I mean, read physically with your eyes. Okay. Yes, Judgy, it did. He was supposed to do counseling. He completed treatment. Oops. He completed counseling in 2011, attended 2 classes, and found no reason for him to be there. He completed treatment at Wabash Valley in 2015. The counselor called this officer and stated they were going to close him out because they could not assist any further. He constantly has a woe is me attitude. The defendant, despite numerous alcohol-related charges, does not feel he has a problem with alcohol. He's violated probation on both occasions due to alcohol. The defendant mentioned, quote, "They have ruined my life." He does not understand. Oh, shit. Hi, Percosin. Welcome. There was absolutely no reason for him to create an alibi before anyone even knew the girls were dead beyond sus. Yeah. Nico, who ruined his life? Who ruined Ron Logan's life? I think that this says accepted. I feel like Courtney figured this word out at one time. No matter what happened on property, if he had not been driving or drinking, he wouldn't have been violated. He had been violating well before the murders. He was not caught until lately. I don't really know how they determine this. It feels very subjective. I mean, I'm sure there's like scales and measurements, but like, I don't know how much weight. Oh, I see. Judgy, I think you're right. Accepted responsibility, you're right. Accepted responsibility, question mark? Yeah, you're right. So smart. Y'all are good at cursive. Graduated, Navy, Social Security, having a hard time making ends meet with all the court's costs. No significant problems, physical health. He reports mental health issues related to the murders happening on his property. That feels fair, honestly. He reports anxiety, depression, and feelings of hopelessness. He denies any substance use issues. However, his criminal history suggests otherwise. He does not feel he's in need of treatment. No prior criminal convictions prior to 2011. Whatever. The defendant was already afforded the opportunity after his first violation to serve his executive sentence on in-home detention. His violation happened on the same day that he was sentenced. This caused immediately consecutive. He knew that he was not supposed to drink alcohol or have his vehicle or drive his vehicle. As a graduated sanction, he should get nothing less than work release or jail. He's a threat to himself and others because he not only drinks alcohol but continuously drives his vehicle when he's not supposed to. Wait. Oh, this is what I wanted to ask. A community corrections agency does not exist in this county. What does that mean? I 100% agree with this, Miko. I vehemently disagree that his DUIs were bullshit, but I agree that this entire report is bullshit. They don't have halfway houses, sober houses, safety nets, etc. No local probation officers. Is that why? So with Rick, when Allen County, okay, so then when the defense raised the issue that Judge Gold just like did a sua sponte and assigned her chosen, whatchamacallit, whatever Judge Gold did, where she had like her own Allen County investigators or whatever doing his, is that because Carroll County has no, I don't know. I also don't know. So in that timeline, like I don't know what would trigger. So what would trigger? Is this then? Sorry, I'm trying from a thought, and I'm having like multiple at once. So is this basically this pre-sentence investigation report? This is the same kind of thing that they would have or were wanting to do with Rick prior to his. Yes, Roxanne. Prior to his. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. And so like this is the extent of their pre-sentence investigation. A subjective one person sits and asks some questions that like that's it. That's what it consists of. I mean, oops. No probation office. They don't have the full infrastructure to support community corrections. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, DV. That makes sense. Yeah, I fucking believe that. The man never wears a seatbelt, judgy. Let's talk about things they do a lot of yet get rid of resources. Pre-sentence investigation. Okay, thank you. I don't think you were being serious, judgy, right? Seatbelt tickets. Oh, I got you. He has his charges have always been dropped, so that's why he has no convictions pre 2011. I don't know. I was wondering who you're talking to, passengers. Oh my god, I hate my phone. I don't know who Kenneth is. I was supposed to say Meth. He has a criminal record going back to 1990. Yeah. That's as far back as my case goes. That's a great typo. How frequently lawyers from surrounding areas practice there? They need to. Well, they obviously didn't do a very thorough job, but that doesn't surprise me because these investigations are bullshit, so. They need to let us do the investigation. It's in my case, how thorough does it need to be? I'm talking about the PSI. What do you mean? I don't know. Seems to me like Ron Logan had a lot of bad actors hanging out on his property. False flag, investigation, murder, tourism. Let's start a crowdsourced wrongful conviction investigation firm. We can be federally deputized. Oh boy, like Miss Shank. I know you're talking about PSI. They had to look at my, yeah. Oh, okay. So we're like, literally, yeah, we're saying the same thing. These are really stupid. They're not, I don't even think they're investigations. They're like, sit down and do an interview with someone who has there's literally no upside to them sitting down and talking to you, especially if they're going to appeal, which why wouldn't you? It's just such a funny, like, it's like a total farce and bullshit process. You've already been convicted. So the state that convicted you is now supposed to be some kind of an independent investigator as to your like they're supposed to know what is best for you in terms of like sentencing. Like, it just is so fucking stupid. Mavhawk, it's, yeah. PSI looking at higher level misdemeanors and felonies. It's not a criminal record if the charges are dropped. They're allegations that are not proven. It's a great point. They sure are allegations that are not proven. Acceptance of responsibility for downward departure on sentencing is insane. I probably agree, but I don't know what that means. Acceptance of responsibility for a downward, what's a downward departure on sentencing? DV? I agree with this 100%. I don't even think which is why it said no criminal history prior, and that was the right, that was the right. Who's stupid? I just showed up wanting some answers. Nobody called you stupid. Who said that? I don't use that word in this chat. Departure from sentencing guidelines. Oh, yeah, right. Like, you have to accept responsibility. So if you plead not guilty and you go to trial and you're convicted, you still maintain that you're not guilty just because the state determines that you're in a jury or whatever, however the fuck it transpires, they determine you're guilty. But then a condition of your sentencing is determined by like whether you accept responsibility. Okay, but you still maintain that you're not guilty. So why would you accept responsibility? It's like Judge Gold saying, you have shown no remorse. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's why. Like, why would he participate? The whole fucking process is stupid. Why are they? And then they complain about everything, but then like, so get rid of the PSI then, or do something that's actually not pointless. It honestly to me, it just seems like this is probably super stupid. I didn't know anything about PSIs until this case. It's not anything I've had any like experience with, but it just seems like another mechanism of control and surveillance for the state after they've already convicted you. How about fucking eat my ass? I'm not doing a PSI regardless of what the outcome, like the situation is. Why would anybody participate in a PSI? They're so fucking stupid. Oh, I keep saying stupid. Sorry. Oh, I said stupid. Because I'm saying that it's stupid. Yes. Okay. Sorry, y'all. They say that in every PSI report. Murder cases on appeal, no remorse, may have smirked, rolled his eyes. She can't stop. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm in a mood. It's spelled MEWD. The PSI is for the judge. Yeah. Yeah, the PSI is for the judge so that she can literally ignore everything that has come out in the pre-trial, trial, and whatever the fuck. She can just ignore it and then check the box that says you have no mental illness. Fuck out of here. It's just not cool to call a person stupid. I would never call it. Did I call someone stupid? Street, I promise I wasn't talking about you. I would never call you stupid. Ever. I don't even call what? There's only a few people I would call stupid to their face, and it's nobody here. PSIs are supposed to help sentencing be individualized so people don't get hanged for stealing a horse. Right. So it's like intention versus like fidelity of implementation here. Like that's the purpose they're supposed to serve. But it just kind of feels like it serves the opposite. All of this is stupid. All of this. It's 2 a.m. in a 4 and 4. Oh my god, I have to show your tweet and then I'm going to bed because I'm in a weird mood. Where's Judgy's Twitter? That was my favorite tweet of 2025, Judgy, by the way. You made me laugh really hard, and I needed to laugh really hard that day. Yeah, she called me classy. She called me decrepit. I forgot about that. That was so mean. I don't think I've ever been called decrepit. I've been called like so many things. I don't think I've ever been called decrepit. It's like a really creative. Oh, you're right. It was my soul. She called my soul decrepit. It wasn't even. I'm shocked. I finally found something that Ange and I absolutely disagree with in Ronnie's DUIs. It was bound to happen eventually, Miku. It was bound to happen eventually. It's what keeps things spicy. Maybe Dick. Decrepit. Decrepit. That's good. We all have decrepit souls. Log in. Why can't I log in? I don't really know my password. Fuck, I don't know my password. Miko and I actually are in complete and total agreement about that issue, DB. Just because I've had an occasion to engage doesn't mean that I agree with it as a policy. Just saying. Do as I say, not as I do. Decrepit. If crepit is the opposite of decrepit, I prefer decrepit. I love to plead the fifth, and then certain little, never mind. I'm gonna probably go to sleep. Wasn't I about to do one thing? Oh, Judgy, and then I'm going to sleep. Judge Jessica. Y'all go follow Judge Jessica on Twitter. Oh my god. Maybe on tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know, JC. I don't know why I just got sassy with you. You didn't even do anything. I have crumbs instead of cookies. I can't get my thing to load. You should call us Crepit Crebins, like Botox plus for people hidden gems. There's so many. I understand all the words individually in this, but I don't know what they mean together. You should call us Crepit Crebins, like Botox calls for people hidden. Botox? Oh! I see. Okay. Yes, my Crepit Crebins. We're having an emoji contest. Whoever thinks the funniest emoji, I'll make it. Say it was my idea. DB, by the way, I love the emojis that you contributed. They're awesome. Your executive decision to... I'm tired. Your executive decision, DB, to delete my filing cabinet emoji and replace it with your Deebs emoji, while I don't necessarily condone that behavior in general, it was the right decision at the time. Andrew's in a mood. I don't even read your chats, DB. What are you talking about? I have you hidden. Or have you hidden? We need a yellow jacket. Oh my God, Angela, do what you're gonna do. Okay. I don't remember where it was, Judgy. Oh, wasn't it like I posted the comment and then you commented? Okay, so I probably need to go to mine first. Is DB my hidden gem? It's complicated. I'm not sure. Emote. There's so much going on. I don't understand any of it, but I like all of it. I'm under you. Where can I find this tweet? How long ago is this, Judgy? I don't feel like it was that long ago. I just be doing a fucking spam, I guess, on Twitter, huh? This broad tweets too much. Maybe a week. Okay. I always think of Julia Fox when she says, hello, gems, hidden gems. And I'm like, oh my God, Lauren. Hidden gem. Yes, exactly. Yes, a yellow jacket. Oh, yeah, we need a yellow jacket emoji. Duh. I love that. We definitely do need one. Hidden gems. Oh. Okay, we found it. Ha ha ha. So, okay, I lost it again. Fuck. I got it. I got it. We got it. We're good. We are in business, y'all. Okay. Jeez. Sorry. So I'm getting some really kind of interesting comments on YouTube specifically lately. Everyone's really nice to me everywhere else. People on YouTube are fucking real. The underwhelming minority of people, I will say, are brutal. But every once in a while, I get a comment on YouTube that is wild. Lately, they've kind of just focused on the fact that I cuss too much. So they followed me to Hella's stream, Judgy. They were in Hella's stream the other night, giving us a hard time about, or whatever, cursing. And everyone was really confused because they were like, you haven't even done a curse. And I was like, no, it's me. It's me. I was like, they're mine. That's mine. They're here for me. It's like they have really just do not like it. So Pat says, quit the F word, grow up. And then Ear says, I try to listen to her, but I always quit after a few minutes. She can't finish a single thought without cursing. I think she just pops an Adderall and rambles for 5 hours. One, I do ramble for 5 hours. But two, this is a very ableist comment. Maybe my ramble is because it's 12 o'clock in the morning and I haven't popped an Adderall since this morning. Craziness. I would say that about myself. Yeah, say it about, like, I could say it. but like, don't you say it. Both of them to think that this is medicated pain. Exactly. I'm like, geez, you really don't get it. Anyway, it did make me laugh at the time. I didn't get offended till later. And then CW, of course, was like, people get offended by words are so funny. It's not about being offended. It is about the character of the person who uses such abhorrent language. We're not sailors at a bar at 2 a.m. in a foreign port. This is a live broadcast to the public. This behavior is classless. It is a window into the decrepit soul of the speaker. Y'all need to, I want DB to chisel that on my headstone when I die. Fuck we are. I'm on so much Adderall right now. Who's judging the neurodivergent army? This person apparently thinks that I take too much Adderall. I think the problem is there's this funny Rick and Morty scene where he's like, I can't tell if I'm taking too much Adderall or not enough Adderall. I feel like that's like a common theme of this chat. Anyway, and Judgy chimed in as the true hero and said, oops. Oh, God. Actually, everybody chimed in. Where's your response, Judgy? Here it is. Judgy said, oh my God. The classless cranks and their decrepit souls at 2 a.m. Oh my God. It's so unhinged. Who says that? That's like, who says that? If we can find all the Adderall used in this chat, we can make a supercomputer. What do you mean right now? Judgy made me laugh so hard. There's something wrong with people who don't curse. I pick up ladies of the night, port to port. CW's response is good. Oh, I didn't read their bottom one. They said, character swearing says fuck all about a person's character grew up in good girls elsewhere. Yeah. So funny. The classless cranks and their decrepit souls at 2 a.m. in a foreign port. Amazing. Amazing. I can't believe I didn't already read it. Amazing. Everyone go follow Judge Jessica. I'm going to go pout and sleep. I love you. Bye.